screen. I've still got to find the list of matches that we've got coming up, so I'm going to quietly go about doing that as we talk about what's coming up. So we know that we've got a fair few things tonight. We know that we're well on the road towards WrestleMania, and one of the things that we've got coming up tonight, I feel like I'm in a slightly different place as well. One of the things we've got coming up tonight is a contract signing. There we go. That's a little better. One of the things that we've got coming up is contract signing. It's going to be Sami and Gunther. They're going to be doing a contract signing segment tonight. As well as that, we've also got a last woman stand-in match, Becky and Nia. So we've got that coming up as well. We can click over to the official preview. We've got a few bits here. So Becky battles Nia in a last woman stand-in match. Awesome Truth are going to be battling Indashir to try and qualify for the six-pack tag team ladder match. So we got that coming up. DIY are going to be taking on the Creed brothers. That's also to try and qualify for the six-pack ladder match. Alpha Academy are going up against New Day. That's also to qualify for the six-pack ladder match. And Gunther Sami contract signing. As well as that, Cody is expected to be on the show, and he did put a little post out of him sort of looking over his shoulder whilst wearing a black leather jacket. It's an image, it had the US flag on the back. It's an image from when he was in Japan, and people are going, what does this mean? And honestly, I don't know what it means, but it certainly indicates that Cody has got something planned for tonight. So there's an image of him just looking over his shoulder, wearing this leather jacket with the stars and stripes on the back. And it's an image from when he was in Bullet Club and when he was in Japan. So, and it just says WWE Raw at the bottom. That's it. So people are going, is he watching his back? Is he looking over his shoulder? Is it a connection to Japan? Is he going to get a bit more edgy? Like, what message is this sending? And honestly, I don't know. It could be sending one of many different messages. So we're going to have to wait and see as to what comes of that tonight. But yeah, that was kind of interesting. Obviously, the big news today, probably the Bray documentary. So we know that a Bray Wyatt documentary is on the way. And I was tempted to do a separate video on it. But to be honest, there's just been this steady stream of talking points about the documentary. So obviously when it first came out, people were talking about that. Then I saw the trailer and people were talking about that. Then if you look at the trailer, there's lots of images and screenshots and very interesting things in the trailer, including a never seen before Fiend, which with a different mask and a different lantern. So that was interesting. Then the conversation was this coming, or was this an older Fiend? And then we've got a few theories that have done the rounds on that. Then also we've got some wrestlers that have responded, like Alexa Bliss, have responded to the news. It's just been this steady stream of information and reaction. So I thought, leave it, put it in Unseen. By the time we get to Unseen, we should have a lot more information than if I did a video now. So we probably could do a video now. And honestly, if we weren't doing this Raw stream, I'd probably do it now. But yeah, I am finding that sometimes it's better to not, jump on it straight away, because what happens in the hours after a big announcement like this is you get a lot more information, you get a lot more kind of reaction, you get a lot more perspective from different people that are like, did you see this? Did you see that? Did you notice this? Did you notice that? So we're kind of seeing that with this Bray announcement. So we'll put it in Unseen, and it should be better for it. So looking forward to that. Unseen is pretty rammed already, and we haven't had Raw yet. And I am finding this, normally on a Monday and a Friday, we've already got a lot of stuff by the time we even get to the shows, and then the shows add a load more stuff on top. So what I would say is that if you are someone that tags me in things for Unseen, just be aware that Mondays and Fridays in particular, they're probably not great days to for me to take chances on things, or for me to put in maybe more of the quirky stuff. because there's just so much stuff to go in from Raw, from SmackDown anyway, that, I think on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Saturday, a Sunday, I take a bit more of that quirkier stuff. But after a Raw and a SmackDown, it's just full of Raw, SmackDown, reaction, digital exclusive promos, blah, 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 blah. You get all of that. So, yeah, lots going on at the moment. And, of course, we would expect lots to be going on at the moment because it is WrestleMania season. One thing I need to do is I need to just set up a tweet so that people know we are live. Once I've done that, we'll jump into the chat and start seeing where the conversation is. As we said, the big thing today, the Bray Wyatt documentary. The other news today is about Raquel Rodriguez. She is removed from the active roster. So don't know if she's picked up an injury, but it's probably more likely that it is her mast cell activation syndrome that's flared up again, or is just not leaving her alone. It's a real battle, isn't it? So thoughts absolutely with Raquel. She was a real inspiration for even being able to compete at the Elimination Chamber. The fact that she's got this and is having to deal with this, but is still appearing, is absolutely incredible. So I think we could all understand if it's just got a bit too much, or if it's flared up again and it's still just like not leaving her alone. But yeah, that was news today as well, that she unfortunately is out of the picture at the moment. So we'll have to see what kind of comes of that. Hopefully, it'd be great if she could make some sort of appearance at WrestleMania in some sort of segment, even if it's just a backstage moment, I feel like she deserves to at least be shown at WrestleMania in some regard. Maybe she could be like a special timekeeper or something. I think fans would definitely support that, those that know what she's going through. So, yeah, hopefully we can find something for her to do. And obviously there's been news that CM Punk is expected to play some role at WrestleMania as well. That's not a great surprise. I think we were all expecting him to play some part at WrestleMania. So let me just drop these in. Gunther Sami contract signing. Becky Lynch versus Nia Jax. We've also got DIY versus Creed Brothers. We've got Alpha Academy. They're taking on, I think it was Indashir, wasn't it? I said Indashir. Was it? Is that right? Did I get that the right way around? Awesome Truth are battling Indashir. There we go. Something in my head was like, no, you've got that wrong. Awesome Truth versus Indashir. Who are Alpha Academy facing then? They're facing New Day. Oof. That'll be a great match, actually. Alpha Academy against New Day. That'll be a lot of fun. Cody Rhodes promo. That's what we're expecting. I'm not expecting a match, thinking it'll be a promo. So, right, boom. We've tweeted that out. We are good. Right, Jacob said, I think we should get a peed off Cody tonight. The Rock just talked about his mom and dad. He should be peed off and focused and say that The Rock has crossed the line. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people are waiting for Cody to get a bit fired up. It's difficult for Cody, to be honest, because Cody is someone that can't go toe-to-toe on the mic with The Rock, and I think he knows that. I think he knows if he was to do that, he would lose. The only way that he would be able to go toe-to-toe with The Rock, and it would be nice if The Rock did this for him, is if they were to sit down and actually work through it together, work together, which would be nice for them to do that. I don't know that The Rock is doing that. It would be good if he did, but for me, they should be working together. Like, The Rock is a massive star. The Rock should be back to certainly have some moments and enjoy himself. But, it's in his interest to build up the stars of tomorrow. And I'm sure he feels that way as well. And one of those things he needs to do is make sure that Cody is being presented in the best light possible. That Cody is being built up to be the next face of the company, which is what it feels like he's going to be. It's not really in The Rock's best interest to bury Cody. It's not in The Rock's best interest to, embarrass Cody. So I sort of feel like he really needs to help Cody like knock on the door, on the trailer door, go inside, sit down and go, right, listen, this is the kind of stuff you can fire at me about, right? This would be pretty good. There'd be a big reaction to this. How about we do that? Like, work together, get on the same page, help him with his rebuttals so that Cody can come back with a few things. But it's felt to me up until this point that Cody knows he can't go toe-to-toe with The Rock. And so he's gone in a different direction. And the direction he's gone, I think, is a good one. It's a direction where he's like, this is what it means to me. This is what the story means. I can't hand the belt to my dad. I've only got my mum left, but she can have it, and like go into that emotional side of the story. The Rock can act like a goof, right? Doing all his song and dance routines, doing his online promos and swearing his head off and whatever. And Cody can go the other direction, keep it PG, keep it heartfelt, keep it emotional, kind of try and battle The Rock that way. So it's very interesting watching these two go toe-to-toe and how they're playing it, But I completely agree. I feel like at some point he's got to stand up for his family. He's got to stand up for his mom, I mean, a line has absolutely been crossed. Absolutely been crossed. And so I'm looking for something a bit fiery tonight, but I want something fiery, not just for the sake of it being fiery. I don't want to watch it and feel like this is Cody just trying to be upset. I want to feel like he is livid. I want to feel like he is looking for revenge. I want to feel like a line has been crossed, So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see as to what he comes up with. We're going to have to wait and see how he, comes down to the ring, how he presents himself, how focused he is, the tone, the message. It's going to be a big segment. It's going to need to be a big segment. The Rock keeps delivering big segments and entertaining segments. Cody has got to come back with something. I thought last week's was good. I know a lot of people maybe weren't into him getting upset, but I mean, I felt it. I felt what he was saying when he burst into tears and said, she's the only one I've got left. How could you not feel that? Like, it makes this story so real. Because it is real. Finishing the story is real. It's as real as wrestling gets. Rhodes has never won the world title, and he has to finish the story. It's as real as it gets. He has to finish the story. If he never finishes the story, it is really going to upset him. It is really going to bother him. It is real. So, like, for me, it's good to just show people that maybe don't watch wrestling all that much. Just show them what this means, what this is really about. The fact that Rhodes has never won a world title in WWE. The fact his dad came so close. The fact that he saw the picture and said, from the age of 8, I will win that belt and I will put it in my father's hands. And, this story started when he was 8. That was over 30 years ago. And he still has not achieved it yet. And that is what WrestleMania 40 is all about. So, I do think he should come in with something a bit fiery today. But let's do it the right way and make sure it doesn't feel scripted. I don't want it to feel scripted. I don't want it to feel like he's only doing it because now it's the time to do it. I want him to really make me feel like this is him responding to what The Rock did, because The Rock said and crossed the line. You are absolutely right. So it'll be a good segment, man. I'm really looking forward to it. Should be a good Raw tonight. Zuluk said, I think The Rock should stay off TV this week, and next week we really don't need him anymore. Let Roman and Cody cut promos to build their match. Well, you could be right. You could be right, because I don't think The Rock is advertised for next week. So instead, I think it is going to just be Cody and Roman face to face. I think The Rock does step away. I'm not aware of him being on the show. So it could be that we do now switch our focus a little bit. We've done a lot of build for that tag match. So now it's time to, drum down into Roman and Cody and night 2, really. And that could be absolutely fascinating. So, yeah, you are right. Cody needs to respond to The Rock, but he needs to set up Friday as well. But not JPEG said Undertaker's new video on YouTube explains why he never wrestled Sting in WWE. Said if Cody was heel, he would compare The Rock to Vince, said Alka Meltzer. Miss Clown is Raw ready. I think we're all Raw ready. Hope you're well, Miss Clown. Dean said, I hope everyone's had a good day. Yeah, it's been a very interesting day. Lots of talking points. Kian said, hope you're doing well. How was your weekend? It was good, thank you. Can't wait for Raw. I'm enjoying the unseen videos today, and I can't wait for Cody to win at WrestleMania. Kian, shout out to you, my friend. I'm really pleased you enjoyed them. I have started past couple of days. I'm going to keep doing this as well. Just trying to pull out some of the really fun moments from Unseen, because I think Unseen being as long as what they are, I think we have to admit now, defeat that we're going to be able to get them shorter, because we've done enough of them now and I can never get them below half an hour, right? It's a minor miracle if I can get them around half an hour, let alone below it. But I think there's some really fun stuff that's kind of in there that I think a lot of people can miss, because a lot of people, I think, probably look at a 40, 50-minute video and don't have time for that each day. And then some people will watch it and maybe just use the timestamps to go to the bits they want to go to, and they might miss like certain bits. So I have started doing that now, kind of pulling out like some of the fun moments. I'm looking to upload like one of those a day. Because I think we've done like 30 odd unseens now. We've got a lot of unseens with a lot of great moments in them. So I really don't want those to be lost to history without getting their own kind of feet to stand on. So you'll see, I'm not going to flood. I'm not going to do like what Jim Cornette does, which is totally fine. But I'm not going to do it where there's loads of clips that get pulled out of an episode, you know. But thinking about the Jim Cornette thing, I mean, I don't know how many people watch it or listen to his whole episodes. I'd imagine a lot of people. But if you look at the amount of views his clips have, it's quite clear that people enjoy just consuming shorter clips. And actually, I probably listen to Jim more that way than I do listen to whole episodes. So there's definitely something in it. So yeah, I'm probably looking to do like one of those a day. So yeah, that was kind of a bit of my weekend, trying to find and have a look back to find a few. I've got a few lined up. I need to do many, many more though. Otis and Tozawa for Alpha Academy. In other words, New Day will win, said Carl. It should be a good match. They're trying to make Tozawa feel legit. They're trying to make him feel legit. They're trying to make him feel like he can go toe-to-toe with people. I know on house shows he's still struggling, but on TV they've tried to present him as being a bit more of a threat. And I don't know. Yeah, it'll be all right. I'm looking forward to the match. Should be good. But yeah, I think you're probably right. New Day, you gotta think they're going through to the next stage. The tough one is going to be DIY and Creeds, but I feel like it's got to be DIY, because they've just had a bit more TV time. It feels like the Creeds have been on TV a bit and had some great moments, but they're probably still just a bit too new. So I'm thinking DIY, I'm thinking New Day, and then what was the other one? Awesome Truth or Indus Sher. It's a real shame, because we need to get going with Indus Sher, really. But again, we haven't. And how are you not going to have R-Truth at WrestleMania? Like, you absolutely have to. So I'm thinking Awesome Truth for that one. Kieran, shout out to you, my friend, said, I'm very excited. Becky will be the last woman standing. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, we've done this match. This is the third time of us doing this match this year. And I've got to be honest, I'm not a fan of it, because I really liked Nia beating Becky. That felt like a big win for Nia. And I was really surprised they did that for Nia. And obviously they were building her up for Elimination Chamber, and now Elimination Chamber's gone. We're now building up Becky. So who's going to win tonight? It's going to be Becky this time. It's just so formulaic. It's so paint by numbers, predictable. I kind of feel that it would be brilliant if Nia won. I would love it if Becky just cannot get past Nia. Like, imagine if, like, she just cannot beat Nia. And maybe in her final match, she faces Nia one last time and finally gets the win, or something along those lines, you know? Or we build up to, like, WrestleMania 41. Becky's never beaten Nia, and we do it there, and Becky finally wins. Like, I really like the idea that everyone has got an arch nemesis, and like, they just cannot get past. They cannot bring them down. And I don't know who that would be for Becky. Maybe you could say Bianca. I mean, you could maybe point to Bianca. But I have enjoyed her battling with Nia and really struggling against Nia. But then saying that, I expect Becky to fall short against Rhea. I don't think Becky gets past Rhea. I think Becky's in a really interesting place because she's one of their biggest female stars. But she right now has struggled against Bianca. I'm expecting her to struggle against Rhea. So, you know, all of a sudden she's maybe not the top of the tree anymore. But she's still one of their biggest stars, you know. She could absolutely be a women's champion at, you know, any point needed, really. And I'm sure she will be a women's champion in the future again. But it does feel like she's gone to a kind of stage in her career now where she is maybe not at the level of a Bianca or a Rhea, but then she sort of is at the same time. Like, it's weird. She's in a weird place. It's like we're trying to build up the younger talent by using Becky to do that, but she is still Becky. And she is still one of their biggest stars, and she was at the White House just yesterday. So she's in this strange place. It's very interesting to watch at the moment. But I fully expect her to win. But as I said, I don't think she beats Rhea at WrestleMania. Charles said, Days, what's your prediction for Jay and Jimmy? I hope all goes well. Charles, shout out to you, my friends. My prediction for that match would be that I think they will go with Jay. The reason why I say that is because he's, you know, merch sales wise, he's doing fantastic. I think he's like number 3 on their merch sales. I think he was about that when it came to like the most played characters on the game. He is over. I mean, he is over from a merch sales, from a, you know, TV segments, from the, you know, the hand gesture that people are enjoying. The yeet is working for him. Like, they have put the machine behind him and it's working. So I would say that he definitely feels like he's going to win a championship this year, a singles championship. I could see him being a mid-card champion. Maybe he gets the US title because obviously we've got the draft coming up, so he could end up going back over to SmackDown, or maybe the US title comes to SmackDown, Intercontinental goes over to SmackDown. Like, maybe, you know, who knows what's going to go where. But I feel like a championship feels like it's in his future. I'd be surprised if he never wins a mid-card belt, at least. I don't know about a world title, but honestly, he's one of their big stars. If Cody wins the Roman belt, I think Jay is in the mix for the World Heavyweight Championship. For those that remember back, going back about 10 years or so, do you remember when we had the WWE Championship and we had the World Heavyweight Championship? And obviously, Randy Orton, John Cena unified those belts. And you might remember Daniel Bryan holding both belts at WrestleMania 30, right? Well, if you remember that World Heavyweight Championship, we did sort of use that belt to put a world title onto, I don't want to be disrespectful, but stars that maybe we were trying to see if they could take that next step to being WWE champion. You know, Mark Henry would be an example. We never put the WWE championship on Mark Henry. Wish we had. We didn't. We put the World Heavyweight Championship on him. Yeah. And the same with Dolph Ziggler. We didn't put the WWE Championship on him. We put the World Heavyweight Championship on him, but we didn't put the WWE Championship on him. And I feel like we're in the exact same place now. I feel like the belt that Seth has got is the stepping stone to the belt that Roman has got. I feel like you win Seth's and then you go on to Roman's. So, you know, Seth couldn't go on. He could anyway, but he could go on to face Roman, right? And he could go on to win Roman's belt. I feel like Seth's belt is like, and I've said it before, the super intercontinental. It's bigger than the intercontinental because it's a world title, but it ain't the Roman's belt. Roman's got the belt. If you want to be the guy, if you want to be the face, you need Roman's belt. But Seth's is still a world title. But Jey Uso, I don't think he gets Roman's, but I feel like he's in the mix with a Sami and a Shinsuke, you know, and Kevin Owens and Drew McIntyre. He's in the mix for Seth's belt. I just don't know if we don't give him a mid-card title first, and then he goes on to have Seth's belt. So it's hard to kind of map it all out, obviously, because there's so many moving parts. As we said, there's a draft that will come up soon as well. But I feel like he should get a singles championship at some point. He definitely feels like the one to get behind. So I'm thinking Jey, but it could also be Jimmy because they might want to do a rematch. This might not be one and done. This might be that we actually do a big feud over the summer. Who knows? It could be Jimmy versus Jey at WrestleMania and at SummerSlam. It could be that Jimmy wins at WrestleMania, Jey wins at SummerSlam. So without knowing what their plans are, if it's one and done, Jey wins. If it's to be a feud, well, then Jimmy definitely has a chance as well. But I have no doubt that they're looking to really get Jey over here even more so, because all the numbers for him at the moment look really, really good. Really, he's in a great place at the moment. He's in a really great place. Dort Knight, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Dort Knight said, I can't watch The Crown. Oh, when you live in the UK, you have read enough about them in the newspapers. Oh, that's mental, isn't it? Like on social media right now, royal announcement, King Charles, Princess Kate, Kate and William, all of that stuff is trending and has been trending for like the past 24 hours over the weekend and everything. People are adamant that there's an announcement coming. There's pictures of the flag at half-mast, but then people are telling me that's not true. It's an old image. And the flag isn't at half-mast. There's people thinking that King Charles passed away yesterday and it's not been announced yet. It's mental. It is really, really mental. Like, there's a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of thoughts. I'm currently not buying any of it, right? Right now, I don't believe any of it. Because, as I said, I keep seeing stuff and then people keep debunking bits. So, in my mind, no one has come out with anything concrete or anything substantial. But it is crazy, like, how much noise there is. I saw hashtag royal announcement at 117,000 tweets, 117,000 posts for hashtag royal announcement. People are adamant that something's on the way. So, but I can tell you, news on the ground here in the UK, we're not expecting anything. I'm not aware of anything. Certainly the BBC, no one is saying about anything, so it's all just speculation by the looks of it. Luke said, evening days, hope you are well. Just an opinion. How do we feel about Raw after Mania? How do we feel about it? Oh, how do we feel we're going to open it up? Oh, what are we going to start it with? I'd imagine Cody would be my guess. Normally you start it with whoever closed the show. I mean, I remember when Roman beat Undertaker at WrestleMania 33. We started with Roman coming out and the crowd booing him for like 15 minutes. I'm not even joking. Watch it. It's about 15 minutes of the crowd, just him standing there, raising the microphone up and the crowd booing as he's about to talk and him putting it back. And he was a face at the time, right? And people loved The Undertaker. They didn't like Roman. And he would go to say something and then put his arm back down again as they were booing him. And he was milking it. Because you know whenever you slowly raise the microphone and you go to talk, people are going to get louder, right? So he was milking it. He was doing a great job. Finally, he does talk. And he says, it's a great line as well. This is my yard now. Puts the microphone down and leaves the ring as the crowd boo him out the building. So, red hot way to start the Raw after WrestleMania 33. And I think was, memory doesn't really serve me very well. But I remember Cena being in the ring after he had, I think, lost to The Rock at WrestleMania 28. And then that is the moment Brock Lesnar comes back. I just can't remember whereabouts on the Raw that was. But that was the Raw after WrestleMania as well, where Cena was like down, having lost. And he was like going to pick himself up and move forwards. And then Brock's music hits and it's like, oh man, Brock Lesnar comes back to WWE after like 9 years away or whatever, after being in UFC and everything, and lays out John Cena. So for me, I would imagine if Cody finishes the story, we open with Cody. I think we would open with Cody. To be honest, I'd be looking, if I could book it, I would open with Cody. I would have Chad get picked on backstage by Gunther, and then an intercontinental match made for the main event, and Chad would beat Gunther later on in the show. I don't know if Damian Priest would have cashed in yet, but if he hadn't, I'd definitely try and find a way of having him tease a cash in. I wonder if that might mean that whoever is the World Heavyweight Champ, be it Seth or be it Drew, that might mean they have to compete on the show. So I might have them compete on the show as well, so that I can have Damian try and cash in. I would definitely call someone up from NXT. Definitely. Maybe even a couple of people. I'd want to try and bring someone back, like a legend or whatever. I'd definitely try and get some legends on the show. Ideally, people not shown at WrestleMania, but you know, you just bring out Kurt, or you bring out Mick Foley, or you bring out Bret Hart, or I don't actually know where we are. I don't know where the Raw after WrestleMania is. I'm guessing Philadelphia, because we're in Philadelphia. So I'm guessing it'll be Philadelphia. Do we know what wrestlers are from Philadelphia? Have we got any legends from Philadelphia? Philadelphia wrestlers. Do you know that's something I've not thought to look for? The Blue Meanie, let's go. Oh, wow. So, wrestlers from Pennsylvania, which is Philadelphia, there's loads. There's loads. Very healthy. Look at all this. So, we have got Action Andretti, let's go. Lance Anoa'i, Axe from Demolition, Afa from the World Samoans. I'm looking for a big name. Adam Cole, baby. Elias. I wouldn't go Elias. I'm looking for a big name. John Laurinaitis. Brian Knobbs. We could have the Nasty Boys come out. Let's go. Drew Gulak. Wow. Rockin' Rebel. Road Warrior Animal. No longer with us. Bruno Sammartino. That's where he lived. It's not where he's from. It's where he lived. Gene Snitsky, Big John Studs, Thea Hale. We'll bring Thea Hale out. Do you know what? There's a lot of wrestlers, but there's no big legend that I can see that's kind of like still with us. You know, that kind of JBL type person, you know? That kind of Mick Foley person, that Kurt Angle person, that Bret Hart, that Shawn Michaels. Biggest I can see is like Shane Douglas, Elias. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, to be honest. It's a bit of a shame. I was quite excited when I saw this list. And I was like, oh, man. But, you know, there's a few big names on there, but a lot of them no longer with us, unfortunately. Oh, hang on. Is there a Kurt? Is that Kurt? Did I miss there? I was looking under K. Oh, let's go. They do have Kurt. Wow. Pennsylvania, yeah. Oh, brilliant. Well, there we go. God damn it. Kurt Angle. Brilliant. So there we go. Kurt could be that person. I've got to think, though, he'd probably be at WrestleMania, wouldn't he? I've got to think that they'll have something planned for him at WrestleMania. Why did they put him under A? I was looking... when I was scanning through, I was looking under K for Kurt. So they've done it all by surname, haven't they? There we go. Look at that. Very cool. Wow, we've got to do something big with Kurt. We've got to do something big. But I've got to think that'll be at WrestleMania. Like, you know, he'd get a great reaction anyway. But at WrestleMania, he'll get a fantastic reaction. But yeah, I'd bring him out on the Raw as well. Bring him out on the Raw. Anything that's going to get the crowd popping. Anything that's going to get the crowd going, you know. And people love the "you suck" stuff and everything. So anything that's going to get them, like, engaged and energized, I'm into it. I really want the Raw after WrestleMania to feel like Raws after WrestleMania from the past, you know? I really want it to feel like it did 10 years ago. And it's been so long since we've done anything like that. It's been so long since we've been able to kind of capture that magic. It's a real shame. But hopefully this year is the year it changes again, you know? But Days, can you review the new Bray documentary after you watch it? Said Golden. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see. I think I'll have to see. I'll watch it and then I'll see. I mean, just judging by the trailer, I think there will be a lot of talking points. So I don't know that it'll be a review, but it might be, you know, this is what they showed, and we think this is connecting to this. We think this is from this era. This is where that story was going to go. So I suppose in a way we could do a video that sort of tries to piece together maybe some of the unknowns. We've spoken a lot in the past about, like, I think we did a video on things I would love answers to regarding Bray, because, you know, we used to do loads of breakdowns of, like, the Funhouse, each of those episodes, and you know, there was always theory videos, and I know a lot of you joined the channel around that time because the Funhouse and the Fiend and Bray and all of that was just the biggest and the best thing WWE had. And certainly I would say 2019. 2019 was not a good year. And, you know, 2020 was just a strange year because of the pandemic. But 2019 was not a great year. And that's when the Funhouse was born. And we used to do, like, loads of videos around that time, theory videos about all the different little hidden Easter eggs and whatever. And I really enjoyed doing those, of course. I think this will provide a lot of that. I think this documentary will have a lot of those moments where you can actually look at, like, this story would have gone to here and that would have led to there, and this was planned for this and that was going to result in that, and we may get some answers that we have always wanted. So I don't know that we'll do a review. I think it's one of those where I'll watch it and then I'll see what the talking points are, and I'm sure we'll do some sort of video on it. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some sort of video, but until we actually see it, I don't know what that will look like. I feel like it's going to be a lot about the man and a lot about what he meant to his peers and his family and the impact he had and whatever. I don't know that we're going to get loads of this story was going to go here and Uncle Harper was going to be this and this was the plan for this. I feel like all of that could go in its own documentary series. I feel like there'd be so much to explore with all of that stuff. You could do hours on that alone. And I just don't know that they're going to be able to fit that in. There'll be a bit of it, but I think it'll be a lot more about the man. I think it'll be a lot more about him as a person and people telling stories and, you know, all that kind of stuff, than maybe, like, really going behind the scenes and giving us lots of that detail that we want to know about. It's still going to be amazing. I'm not down on the documentary at all. It'll be amazing, but I don't know. I'm keeping my expectations in check. I would love all of that info behind the scenes. I would love to know, like, yeah, this was a reference to this. This was this. I'd like someone to go, right, here's the answers you always wanted. I don't know that this documentary is going to be that. And actually, a lot of people might say it shouldn't be that because maybe some mysteries are best left as mysteries. Maybe something should never be explained. And maybe that is part of his aura, you know? It's one of those where whatever you want it to be, it can be kind of a situation. And that's sometimes the best way to just leave it. So, I don't know. Let's see what we get first, and then we'll take it from there. Edward, shout out to you. Said, I hope you are well. Did you see the United-Liverpool game? You guys played well. We didn't finish our chances. I did. Yeah, I watched it. I thought it was excellent. Really enjoyed it. It was a really great game. I mean, I didn't see the first half. I joined it about halfway through the second half. And saw United get the equaliser, take it to extra time, blah blah blah. It was really great. It's just what United needed, to be honest, because I mean, we're not having a great season. We're not in the Champions League. We're not in the running for the Premiership. The only thing we've really got is trying to get top 4, which looks quite unlikely. I mean, Aston Villa drew the other day, which is good for us, but it's not looking brilliant all the same. I feel like we have to win every one of our last games and hope that other teams slip up. So it's not even in our hands to finish in the top 4. So it feels like we've just lost too many points already. So, what will be, will be. The only thing we've really got outside of that is trying to win the FA Cup. So it was a big result for United. Obviously, they got Coventry next, which is going to be difficult, but we should be favourites, which means we get to Wembley, and then that's where we can lose to Man City in the final. So, but it'll be a lovely day out, so. Brony said, Days, Punk is rumoured to be involved in WrestleMania in some capacity. Cena has said he would love to be at this year's Mania. Cena and Punk segments. It would be great. Yeah, it would be great. I think there's so much you can do. I mean, there's so much you could do with Punk. People are thinking, could he be a guest ref? Could he be a guest commentator? Could he get involved with Cena, as you said? Like, there's just so much you can do with Punk because he hasn't been around. And so there's so many people that he needs to interact with. And Cena, I mean, that would be fantastic considering their history. And I feel the same with Cena. I mean, Cena, he has been around and there's maybe not as many people for him to interact with, but, there's so much still for him to do. I got asked the question the other day, if you could put Dominic Mysterio in a match against anyone, who would you put him against? And I said Cena. And the reason why I said that was because I think Dominic last year, when he arrived in that paddy wagon and he was all handcuffed and everything, I thought he looked like a superstar. He looked like this dangerous convict that was being let out for the day to go and beat up his dad. And, they went and put on a really fun match. I thought that their match was really enjoyable and certainly did not stink the place out by any means. And it was a father, it was a son, the crowd were really into it. I sort of feel like Dominic has jobbed a lot over the past 12 months because he's in Judgment Day. A lot of people beat him to get to Finn, or beat him to get to Damian, or beat him and JD to get to Finn and Damian. So we've seen him having a lot of matches that he's lost. But I think at WrestleMania, he needs to still be presented as a big future star. He needs to be presented as a potential breakout star. And I thought that's what they did last year. It's not so much about the wins. It's about how you look in defeat. I made the point online. I think I would put him in with Cena, and he could beat Cena, but I also don't mind if he loses to Cena. There's a lot of casual people that watch WrestleMania, lots of casuals. They will know Cena, right? And they might not know Dominic, but they'll certainly know him once they hear the reaction that he gets from the crowd, because the crowd are going to boo him out the building, right? He's going to get mad heat at WrestleMania. And I think if you put him in there against a red-hot babyface like John Cena, everyone loves John Cena, put him in there with Cena and have him look like he is going to win, and Cena just gets it, just rolls him up or does something, right? Distraction, Cena ends up capitalizing and getting the win, whatever it might be. I think if you can get those casual fans after that match to say, wow, he is one for the future. That guy is one for the future. Like, if you can get those casual fans to say that, it doesn't matter if you win or you lose. Can you just have the casual fans, like, remember that guy? That guy, I'm telling you, he'll be a world champion one day. If you can have the casual fans saying something like that, get that message across. Doesn't matter if he wins. Doesn't matter if he loses. That's not the be-all and end-all. And certainly not in a little spontaneous match, you know? I know that Cena's filming, and I know that he probably can't wrestle, but I was thinking, do you remember when it was Cena Undertaker and they did a little 4-minute thing? Like, could you just do something like that, really short, just have Dominic doing the work, Dominic showing out, flipping all over the place, going, like, you know, hard and fast and lovely pace to the match, and Cena's just trying to keep up with Dominic, and Cena just manages to catch Dominic. If you can just get the casuals saying, look out for that guy, that would also be an interesting way to use Cena. And if it is just like a 5-minute match, a match that was never announced, but it just happens at the show. We do that all the time. Cena Undertaker was never announced and we still got it. Obviously, Rowan and Rock was never announced. Granted, it was only 7 seconds, but we still got it. Shane McMahon against Miz was never announced, but we still got it. Like, there's a lot of matches that we get that never get announced. Cena versus someone. There is potential to go down that road as well. So, but this is what I'm saying. Like, so many options. You could absolutely do Cena and CM Punk. It'd be awesome. Or you could have him do a little summit with Dominic, or I don't know. I don't know what you want to have him doing, but you definitely have him there. Definitely have him there. I would ram this thing with all the legends, but I'd have Stone Cold, I'd have The Rock, I'd have Hogan, I'd have Flair if I can get him. I'd get as many people as get. It's WrestleMania 40. 40 years of WrestleMania. I would definitely try and get as many people as I possibly could. Legends. Like, you know, I said before, like, would you try and even just try and get everyone that had represented like WrestleMania? Anyone that's still with us that had been at a previous WrestleMania, just fill the entrance stage and the ramp. Just full of, like, what a moment that would be, where, like, anyone that's still with us that appeared at a previous WrestleMania, as long as they're not in prison or they've done something bad, you know, but you know, they're still with us, and like, you just have them there. What a moment that would be, as all these people come out and you just like pan over like all these people that made WrestleMania what it is. They'll never do that. Probably would cost a fortune because they'd have to pay for like the flights and the hotels and everything. So they'd never do it, but it would be awesome. It would be really cool to see a moment like that. But, or maybe you just cherry pick a few, you know, and just feel like, you know, put a good chunk on the entrance stage. Don't know, man. I'm so excited. There's so many things you can do. And what would it be in WrestleMania 40? Definitely feels like it deserves something special. I mean, do you remember how WrestleMania 30 started with Hogan being interrupted by Stone Cold, who were then interrupted by The Rock? I feel like it's got to be something of that magnitude again. Maybe you do that again, but we just keep going. He then gets interrupted by Undertaker, who's interrupted by Ric Flair. Perhaps we just do 3 hours of that. 3 hours of legends interrupting other legends. Nah, it's going to be good, man. I'm really excited. Brody said, I wouldn't mind Cena against Dominic. I think Cena should win that match. He's not won a singles match since 2018. And I'm confident Dom would be better if he... wouldn't be better if he beat Cena. Yeah, I don't need him to win, I agree. I don't need Dominic to win. I think what I'd be looking for is... If I was booking it, I would just want everyone after to go, watch this kid. What he just did in the ring, wow. He's going to be a big star. I'm glad Cena won, but you know how wrestling fans like to be like, listen, I'm telling you, I've watched wrestling a long time. Watch that kid. Listen, come back to me in 5 years. I'm telling you now. Watch him. That's what I would want. I'd want the wrestling fans saying that. So I would need Dominic showing out. I'd need Cena, like, you know, bumping around, like doing his best Shawn Michaels impression against Hulk Hogan, like really taking some big bumps and really making Dominic look good. And if Cena can just get the win at the end, it shouldn't make a difference really. SmackDown ratings are in 2,340. Yep. Probably not what they were hoping for. It's not a bad number. I mean, it is WrestleMania season, so you know, 2 to 2.2 is where we've been. So 2.3. I mean, obviously we've done 2.4 recently, but 2.3, you can't really be down on it. Obviously, 2 to 2.2 is where we have been. I think if you take into account that was last year, and we're now, you know, 12 months down the road, and now we're doing a 2.3. TV is not seeing increases. TV is seeing decreases. So if you can just hold, if you can just stay where you were, that's a dub. But to even get a little increase, that's a bigger dub, right? But I can understand what with it being The Rock, that they might look at it and go, oh, we was hoping for that 2.4. We was hoping that we might get to that 2.4.5 kind of a range, but, you know, whatever. Doesn't matter. 2.3, take it, move on, lovely. And we know that there's big change coming anyway at the end of the year, so ratings matter, of course they do, but I think really ratings matter the most because you want to make sure that you're attracting people that might want to buy your product in the future. We've literally just done that. So we know where we're going with it. Ratings still matter. You still want to make sure you're reaching as many people as possible. But no, take it. Fine. No complaints. Angie said, I could see Cena appearing at Mania in some capacity. I'm not sure I see any physicality, especially if he's still filming due to insurance issues. That's a fair point. Jeremy said, what tag team do you see winning the tag team championships? Well, I think it'll be a couple, actually, because the word on the street is that we should be separating the belts. So that's been rumored for a while. So because this is a ladder match and both sets of belts going to be above the ring, there's really nothing stopping two teams from, you know, one team getting the Raw belts and another team getting the SmackDown belts. So I think there's a chance there's two winners. I do look at Awesome Truth as being potentially one of those teams. They would be the Raw team. And then it would be a case of who could grab the belts for SmackDown. That's a little trickier, I think, to be honest. That feels a little trickier. I don't know that there's necessarily a team that jumps out from that side of things. Because at the moment, we've got, is it Pete and Tyler Bate? Could be them guys. And we've got, I think, was it Legado? Those are the two that have gone forward so far. I think that Street Profits and AOP are going to be involved in a street fight. If rumors are to be believed, word on the street is that it's going to be Pride against Final Testament in a street fight. So I don't think they're going to be in the match. So I'm not expecting Street Profits. I'm not expecting Authors of Pain. I suppose there is a chance that it could be two Raw teams and then one of the Raw teams gets drafted over to SmackDown. There is a chance of that happening. But honestly, I think that is it unlikely? It's hard, isn't it? It's difficult to say. I feel like Awesome Truth feel good to be one of the teams. Ronnie said, Days, you are a YouTube legend. Between WWE, UFC, Unseen, your work is top notch. Your knowledge wise, you are a good guy. Just want to say appreciate it. Ronnie, thank you. Didn't know where that was going then, Ronnie. I was waiting for a but. There was all these lovely things and I thought there's a but coming here, but it never arrived. So Ronnie, shout out to you. I appreciate it. Steven said, Days, hope you're well. I am doing WrestleMania every night until the 40th. I'm on Mania 18. Your thoughts? Who's going to be promoted from the championship? Not as good as that, to be honest. Leeds, Leicester, or Ipswich. Championship's not something I tend to keep an eye on. It's a little bit like people ask me about Bellator and stuff. Like, my focus is on WWE. I look at the Premier League because of Man United. I look at UFC because, you know, that's the big leagues. I'm not very good when it comes to looking at indie wrestling. I'm not very good when it comes to looking at Bellator or PFL. Not very good when it comes to looking at Championship. I don't know where people find the time. Do you know what I mean? I don't know where they find the time. I literally, all of my time is used up with just looking at the stuff I look at, which is UFC, WWE, You know, all this, basically the top level. So championship, I really don't know. I can't give you an answer on that. You would know better than me. Not Birmingham. I saw that they're not doing very well at the moment, so not them. James said, way too many people sucking up, says James. Oh, that's James's way of sucking up. That is James basically saying, I am jealous. Oh, you're always my number one, James. You're always my number one. Grant said, I've got a Trish figure with the Nicholas Builder-Figure parts in it, so my dopamine is working again. Shout out to you, Grant. Hope you're well, buds. Connor, shout out to you. FTK said, I could see them having Awesome Truth and the DIY with Regeneration X. Yeah, could go that way. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we can always do a superstar shakeup. So we can always do a little jiggery pokery. We don't have to wait for a draft. We can always do a trade and a little shakeup, right? We've done that before. The great thing with WWE is there are rules, but, you know, we're quite happy to bend them. We're quite happy to flex them, you know? I mean, we know that Raw teams aren't meant to appear on SmackDown, or Raw people aren't meant to appear. They do. And we know that SmackDown people aren't meant to appear on Raw, but they do. So, yeah, you can never really say, oh, no, you can't do that because, well, you know, I'm pretty sure we can find an example where it's been done in the past and we made it work. WWE is, you know, not trying to get in its own way. So, yeah, we could have two Raw teams win, and then we could do a trade. We could trade one of the teams over to SmackDown and bring a team back over, do a superstar shake-up. There's definitely things we can do. It just makes it very difficult, doesn't it, to know which way they want to go and what it is that they want to do. I mean, listen, I'm only going off the rumor that they're going to split the titles. Those rumors could be incorrect. It very much could be that one team, Awesome Truth, grabs all the belts, you know? So we'll have to wait and see. Have you seen the new CM Punk Elite, said Jessen. I have, yeah. It's going to be an unseen. But I am not the kind of person to hide this stuff away. So if we go into merch, there it is. So that is the new CM Punk. We are ruining unseen right now. But here, look, Mattel Creations. WWE Elite CM Punk. It costs only $25. That's not bad, is it? I mean, granted, I don't know that you get loads with it, but you do get a couple of shirts. I mean, I think you're definitely getting the white shirt. I don't know if they're going to chuck that one in as well. $25? That does not strike me as bad. You know, it's got all the tattoo detail, Elite articulation. It is one for collectors, though. I mean, if you want a CM Punk, this is probably not the one that you're going to want if you're a kid. Just because you probably are going to want a CM Punk that's in wrestling attire, and this is him in his I'm back, you know, attire. I mean, it's a very iconic moment, the moment that he finally returns to WWE. It's a very iconic moment. But yeah, this is the CM Punk that they're doing. And in fact, if you go to the website, there's a little countdown clock. Because it's not available yet, but it will be available, I believe, only at this website, Mattel Creations. So it's only going to be there, and they're kind of counting down towards it being released. But not, honestly, I'm shocked. $25, that is really not bad. And it says packaging replicates elements of the Survivor Series 2023 entrance. So you'll be able to recreate the moment he comes walking out. The packaging will recreate the entranceway. So it's pretty fun as well, isn't it? So, yeah, I did, buds, and it looks good. And it's a good price as well. Edward, shout out to you. But you have, honestly, the kindness. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Don't say nice things, Edward. You'll only get James upset again. Look, yeah, I knew it. I knew it. There he is. I knew it. Oh, James. What the... Limitless Wolf Legend said, who will be in the Shields? Who will be in the Shields? Or Seth Rollins betray Cody back, or Cody bring the group he was in AEW? Hang on, what? Who will be in the Shield? There is someone did come up with the idea on social media. What if Seth and Cody come out through the crowd wearing Shield attire for their tag match? I'm kind of 50-50 on that. I would be totally on board. But Seth already did it. He already did it at the Royal Rumble, didn't he? So to me, it's not going to quite have the same impact because it's been done. He did it when he faced Roman to get into Roman's head. So I would just see it that we were doing it again, you know? So I don't mind if we do that, but I can't say it's something I'm, like, desperate for. So I don't know that we get, like, the Shield or anything like that. Will Seth betray Cody? There's definitely a thought that could happen, yes. Will Cody bring the group he was in it? I don't know what group was he in AEW? Was he in a group? What group was? I can't remember. I mean, we watched him in AEW. I don't really remember. I remember him and Brandy. Who told you it was open mic night? Bad word. I can't remember a group he was in. So he was in Bullet Club when he was in Japan. But I mean, who's he going to be able to get? I mean, like, I don't know. It'd be a bit weird if Gallows and Anderson just start helping him now. Or, you know, Tama Tonga's meant to be coming in. If Tama Tonga just comes in and starts helping, I don't know. I feel like there's enough stuff that's happened in the past. There's enough superstars that have got issue with the bloodline. I don't really feel like we need to do anything drastic now. Now should be all of the stories coming together. Do you know what I mean? Rather than trying to bring in New Japan elements and whatever, which I don't know why we would do that. Instead, why aren't we using Jay? Why aren't we using Randy Orton? Why aren't we using Sami Zayn? Why aren't we using Kevin Owens? Why aren't we using Dustin Rhodes? If we can, probably can't. You know? Why aren't we using Stone Cold to deal with The Rock after their history? So I think rather than starting new elements, which I don't know why we would do that, I would try and grab some of them loose ends that we've got. You know, so many people have been wronged by the bloodline. You could bring down a mini army that want to get revenge on the bloodline for how they've been mistreated over the years. And a lot of people are saying this is going to be like Endgame. This is going to be like the final war, the final chapter. All these people are going to come down. And yeah, maybe that is true. Maybe we are going to see all these people coming down and like helping out Cody and evening up the numbers. Just basically getting it down to Cody and Roman, which I've said from the start, that's what this needs to be. I have no problem with all this outside interference. I don't want anyone laying their hands on Roman because I don't want Roman to have any excuse when he loses the belt. I don't want Roman to be able to say he only lost because such and such distracted him or such and such knocked him out or such and such tripped him over. If he's losing because Cody has won it. Cody wins. That's why he lost, not because someone interfered. So I think you could have Solo at ringside, Rock at ringside, Jimmy at ringside, Heyman at ringside, and you're going to need people to come down and deal with all these people and even up the scores, get it down to Cody Roman. Cody finishes the story. Lovely. Days posted a Bullet Club picture on Instagram and deleted it, said Juan. I didn't know he deleted it, but yeah, we did talk about it. So don't know quite what message he's trying to send with that. As I said, don't know if he's just trying to get a bit more of that attitude in him. If he's just trying to get a bit more serious, maybe a little bit less PG. It's hard to know what messages he's sending with that image, but we'll find out tonight. Edward said, I've got a question. Do I feature in tonight's Unseen? I don't know, but I don't keep a track. I've said before, I wouldn't tag me in stuff just to feature in Unseen. Those days are definitely done now because we're trying to not encourage people to think that way. because we were getting so many people tagging me and stuff. Some of the other accounts were getting upset. So I've said before, feel free to tag me and stuff. I want people to tag me and stuff. Feel free to do that if you see stuff that you think is really interesting and you've got some comments to make about it, or you just want to be like sharing it. And if it's something that I've not added to Unseen yet, then there's a chance I might add it. But I would never tag me thinking that I'll be using stuff for Unseen. Though, as I said, those days are gone now. Days, do you think the channel is in the best place it's been in a while, says Kyle. Do I think the channel is in the best place it's been in a while? Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think so. It's really difficult, to be honest, because I think that we just keep evolving and we keep kind of changing. Like, the channel's always been in a decent place. I don't think the channel has ever really been in a bad place. It's always been in a decent place, but I think we've definitely done a good job of really dialing into the wrestling now. You know, I was getting too distracted before. It was never a bad thing, though, because people always enjoyed or seemed to enjoy the stuff we were doing. So we would do like a whole football channel, or we would do Olympic streams. I mean, we did the Olympics 12 hours a day, every day, for like 3 weeks. And we were covering the Olympics, and we were still doing Raw, and we were still doing SmackDown, and we were doing NXT, and we were doing AEW, and we were doing premium live events, and we were building the Olympic streams around them. And it was shattering, it was knackering, but loved it. It was so rewarding. But the problem is, you don't get any time to do anything extra. I mean, that it is literally that and sleep. It's, you know, apart from fitting in some food and fitting in some sleep, that is it. So, streams were fun, and Olympic streams were fun, and the football tournament stuff was fun, and we've done all of that kind of stuff before. But I would say that now we're in probably our best place for just being really dialed into WWE. This has got to be one of the strongest periods for that, you know. I'm so grateful that people just really enjoy the Unseen videos. Simple as that. You know, the fact that people are watching those and enjoying those means that I look forward to making them. You know, I look forward to making them because I know there's people out there that are looking forward to watching them, and that's, you know, very rewarding. It's something which is a great feeling, and I'm just really pleased that it brings, you know, a bit of joy, a bit of positivity to people's days. So looking forward to keeping going with those. Obviously, streams are the bread and butter. Obviously, I'm going to America in about, when is it? I mean, it's like less than a month now. In less than a month, I'll be in Florida, and I'm just going to do toy hunts. That's it. Because that is one thing I'm just not getting chance to do. I'm just not getting chance to do toy hunts. Part of the problem is that here in the UK, we've only really got Smiths. There are a few other places you can go, but you're not going to find a great range, right? If you go to like B&M, or if you go to Home Bargains, which are like cheap shops, they'll have some figures, but that stuff just stays on the shelves just week after week, month after month. It's the same stock. Rarely do they refresh their lines. So you can't really rely on going to those places to get footage. It's only really Smiths. And every Smiths carries the same range. So if you've been to one, you've pretty much done them all. So it makes it very difficult. I mean, and plus, there's not that many Smiths. There's a fair few, but, you know, they're pretty spaced out. Nothing like Walmart. I mean, Walmart, I feel like you can just go down the road and trip over them. Like, you go past one, and then you go down the road, there's another one. And then you go down the road, and there's I don't know why you need so many, but you have so many. Like, Walmarts, Targets, Walgreens, Five Below, independent toy shops, like... There's just so many different places you can go to find WWE figures in America. FYE as well. I feel like I could go to America, and I did it last time. You can go to America, and you can... I reckon my target... I think I said this. My target is 5 toy hunts whilst I'm in America. I'm there for 2 weeks, and my plan is to go to as many Walmarts as I can, go to as many Targets as I can, get to a fair few FYEs, right, so I can get as much footage as possible. I want to try and get to some independent toy shops whilst I'm over there. I want to try and get to like Hogan's Beach Shop as well. And if I can come away with at least 5 full toy hunts, I will be pleased. I'll see that as a success. And I am also going to try and do unseens whilst I'm over there each day. Difficult, right? I mean, literally, whilst I'm on the road, I'm going to be on my phone trying to keep up to date with what's coming through with social media. And then when I get back of an evening after being out all day, I will record the video, upload the video. I mean, I'll tell you now, I doubt there'll be timestamps. Right? You'll have to forgive me for that. I doubt there'll be timestamps in those ones, but I will still try to do the unseen videos whilst I'm over there. And we're still going to do Raw and SmackDown streams whilst we're over there as well. So, yeah, it's only 2 weeks though, but I'm still going to try and do everything that I can. But I mean, that's after WrestleMania. So, yeah, I would say it's in a really good place. But definitely, I know that we need to get toy hunts on the channel, but I've got a plan. They're coming. Well, you'll be drowning in them, right? But I mean, we should have so much fun in America just going around and looking for toy. I mean, that is all I'm doing. So I think my plan is like go out a couple of days toy hunting, and then the third day just stay in and edit, and just, you know, that'll probably be the day where I do my live stream as well, so that I'm in for it. So editing and live streaming, and then back out for the next couple of days. Then I'm back doing editing and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, it's going to be good. Looking forward to it. Jeremy said, do you see Sami winning the Intercontinental Championship? No. No, I don't think he needs it. I don't think he needs it. Alex said, just so you know, HMV are having a massive when it's gone sale in stores on DVDs. They're as low as $2.99, and 2023 DVDs are only $4.99. So there we go. When it's gone, it's gone. If you want to get some of that stock, I meant to have a look actually at the HMV website, because I did see this. I think you sent me the pictures. But when it's gone, it is gone. Oh, hello, Taylor Swift's new album. Hello, new console. Hang on, this is big, isn't it? This is all a little bit big. How do I fit it to screen? There we go. Casey Musgraves? Yeah, if you don't know what HMV is, it's basically our FYE. So, oh, look at these Polaroid things. Yeah, I wanted to have a look at WWE and see if... Oh, they are. Ah, they are on sale online. So, 300 results for WWE on HMV's website. And you can see, look, Blu-rays, $6.99 for WrestleMania 39. I don't see the point in getting the events, to be honest, when the network exists. So, I do look at the events, like, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not interested in any of them. Not interested in that. Not interested in that. That's the more interesting thing. Do you know what I mean? The Road is Jericho. Epic stories and rare matches for Chris Jericho. That's interesting. $6.99. Now we're talking. But, like, I don't need SummerSlam 2022. I mean, $4.99, not bad. But I got the network. I've got no desire to ever get rid of the network. The Shield... DVD, $6.99. DDP, $6.99. That's good. That might be what... I don't think I have this. The History of Women's Wrestling. I've looked at that before, and the older stuff, the stuff from the 80s and the 90s, there's not as much. It's all very focused on the 2000s and the 2010s, which is fine, but I want to see some of that hidden stuff from the past, you know? I want to see, like, some of the real obscure stuff. This, to me, was always the problem with this stuff. I know they have to do the John Cena type stuff, but I want that hidden stuff. I want the stuff that we just can't even find on the network. That's what I want. I want like footage from house shows, and you know, they must have access to whatever footage they want. But they just kept putting out like the stuff. Look at all this. This is all stuff you can find on the network. Why would anyone want this? I mean, unless like maybe you've got really bad internet or something, but that's not the average person, is it? The average person's got perfectly fine internet. King of the Ring, Best of King of the Ring. That'd be pretty good. Oh, that's the one. Look at that. The history of WWE. I mean, if you're just getting into wrestling, then come on. Look at this. $6.99 on Blu-ray. Let's go. You know, I could see why you might want the SummerSlam 92. It's such a historic event for us in the UK. You know, that really is. And there was a load of matches not shown, aired at the time. Although I think all of them are on the network now, to be honest. But I could understand that one. I could understand that. Sting. Probably not got his last match on. But Sting thing. Roddy Piper getting rowdy. The Miz. If you really wanted to. There's Andre the Giant as well. Let's go. $4.99. These are good. That's excellent. The True Story of WrestleMania. That is excellent. Bret Hart, the Dungeon Collection. What's on that? What is on this? Owen Hart as well. $6.99. Have we got description? Has it got matches? No. Stupid HMV. Where's the list of matches? Ah, they could have at least took a picture of the back, couldn't they, so that we could see what it looked like on the back. But yeah, Bret Hart, the Dungeon Collection, that looks interesting. That WrestleMania one is excellent. I've got this unreleased one, but I've still not watched it. But we did read the matches that were on it. Dawn of the Attitude Era, so all about 97. Fascinating. Attitude Era WrestleMania Collection. Could do without that. AJ Styles. OMG moments. The top 50 incidents from WWE history. The top 25 rivalries from WWE history. These are the ones I would be getting. Rather than the shows, you know. Collection of Undertaker's matches. It only goes up to 20, you know, though. So, I mean, you know, it feels a bit incomplete. WrestleMania Monday. Oh, I've not seen this one. What's this? What's this? Monday Night Raw. Wrestling event in the wake of WrestleMania. Highlights from WrestleMania aftermaths. Oh, so this is what every Raw after WrestleMania, all the key moments, is it? Wrestling events in the wake of WrestleMania, as well as highlights from after WrestleMania aftermath. Every year, as the dust settles after the spectacle of WrestleMania, Monday Night Raw takes place, which involves the performers and the spectators reacting to the events of WrestleMania and the emergence of new contenders. Highlights from the aftermaths of past WrestleManias, including the arrival of Apollo Crews. Well, there's a big selling point, isn't it? Guys, you need this. It's got the arrival of Apollo Crews, Sid's betrayal of Shawn Michaels, which sucked, by the way. I don't know if you ever saw that, but we went to commercial break. It was absolutely garbage. Sid started shouting at Shawn, and when we came back from the commercial break, Shawn was laid out. Stone Cold being fired for the second time, the retirement speech of Ric Flair, and the final appearance of the Ultimate. Well, that's not bad, is it? That one's all right. Like the best of the Raw after WrestleManias. Didn't even know they made that. Shawn and Bret rivalry, that's good. Ladder match history stuff, that's good. 30 years of SummerSlam. The greatest factions. Yeah, there's some good stuff here. Unreleased Attitude Era matches. Yeah, no, get down to HMV or just get on their website. You might even have these sort of sales in America, like FYE. A lot of places sell... Look at that, all about the NWO. A lot of places have been selling off their DVD collections because people just don't buy DVDs anymore. Even though some of these sets are really, really good... To be honest, they probably even make these sort of collections on the network. I know they've started to do a lot of those sort of documentaries, haven't they? So, yeah, really good. Really, really good. Some really good stuff there. I could keep looking through that. The WWE Confidential Collection, says A-Jobs. Do you remember that? That was a great show, that was. They should bring that back. Days, does WWE use Jake Paul Mike Tyson match in any future storyline? I don't know, use it, but they might reference it. Might be like, I'm going to mess you up worse than Mike Tyson messed up your brother, you know? Alex said, 1 year. It's been a blast. Alex, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. It's great to see so many members, man, being with us for so long. And actually, I got to tell you, the members are voting at the moment. It's time to figure out who's going into the Hall of Fame for March. It can be absolutely anybody. They can nominate anybody. And as soon as the top 5 most nominated people have been figured out, I'm just leaving it a couple of days. As soon as that's done, then I'll put a poll out. All of you get to vote on the who wins of the 5. So the members vote and help us get down to 5, and then you lot get to vote as to who it is that should win out of those 5. If I opened it out to like everyone nominating somebody, I don't even know how I would be able to manage that, because obviously there's thousands and thousands of people that watch us. So I'm sure I would get thousands and thousands of entries, and I'm pretty sure that's going to take a long time to go through. So at the moment, this is the way we're doing it. The members are the ones that nominate the names. Top 5 most mentioned go into a poll. You lot will then get to vote on the poll. And we'll probably have that up maybe some point tomorrow, Wednesday, something like that. So we are doing that work at the moment. Steven said, if you used to pick the best brother versus brother match, Owen versus Brett, Kane versus Undertaker, Matt versus Jeff, do you think Jimmy J will be a Mania moment if it lives up to its billing? Well, if it lives up to its billing, then yes. I mean, if it's going to deliver like we hope it will deliver, then absolutely. It's very difficult to see anything beating Owen Brett, though, innit? To me, Owen Brett, sometimes with these questions, you can go, oh, I don't know, it could be this, it could be that. And for me, there is no doubt. There is absolutely no doubt that Owen and Brett is the best brother versus brother match in WWE history. So, could Jimmy and Jay rival that? Well, it could. It's going to have to be one of the best matches in WWE history to rival it, though. It's going to have to be an absolute banger. I know that you can't always grade everything on star ratings. I know, like, you know, people will say Undertaker Kane for the story, and that's fair. But for me, if we're going to talk about like the match aspects, nothing touches Owen and Brett. There's very few matches that touch Owen versus Brett, so it's going to be very hard for Jimmy J to rival that. Sweet Warrior, shout out to you, said, I'm thinking of Afa and Hawaii. And the Anoa'i family. The best elder survived 2 heart attacks, but has now fractured back in 2 places. Wishing he gets well soon. And the Anoa'i family. I expect Dwayne, Roman, and Uso twins are there. Yeah, I would think so as well. So, terrible news. I don't know how he's done it. Must have took a fall or something. But, yeah, more bad news for Afa. So I'm sure the family are with him at the moment. But Tom said, people actually listen to Days. I'm shocked as well, Tom. I just thought he waffled whilst we have chats amongst ourselves. That does happen as well, in all fairness, Tom. And you know what? I welcome all of those people as well. You know, it's one of those where sometimes it's just nice having people around, really. Even if they're not listening to anything you're saying, just having people around, it just feels nice, you know. Russell Andy said, did you hear LeBron is starting a podcast? LeBron James. I did not. Is that something I needed to be aware? I mean, I'm not the biggest LeBron fan because I'm not really the biggest basketball fan. Although, Toronto Raptors, yeah, that's my team. When I was young, I went to Toronto with my school. It was like this massive, probably the biggest foreign trip the school had ever done, was going to Canada. It doesn't even make any sense. You can tell the teachers just wanted to see how far they could push it, right? a lot in previous years, it's like, we're going to France, we're going to Belgium, we're going to Holland. This year, they were like, we're going to Canada. And I was very fortunate enough, and obviously because it's school, they get like discounted rates and everything. So I was fortunate enough to be able to go. So I went to Toronto with my school when I was very, very, not very, very young, but when I was at school, right? And I saw all I mean, like, we're talking around the time of Jurassic Park, which I actually think is around the time they formed. I'm pretty sure I heard that they went with raptors because of that, because dinosaurs were on trend, and it worked. I was there and I saw the raptors and I was like, that's cool. They're cool. I didn't know anything about basketball and I still don't, but I was like, they're cool. And so ever since I was young, I've always supported like the Raptors. And by supported, I mean done very little, because I'll keep an eye out for their results every once in a while. Like I watched when they won and they actually managed to win the championship. I saw that, which is still unbelievable that they were able to do that, because I remember that they were god awful, and I think they still are now, but they did manage to get there that once. So I managed to watch that, but yeah, I'm no big basketball fan. I couldn't sit here and really tell you much outside of Michael Jordan was awesome, and also Wilt Chamberlain. Yeah, go. So do you think once Roman loses the belt, he should start losing his matches more? Yeah, I suppose he should lose them more, but he shouldn't start going on a losing streak. Still needs to be presented as a big star, big deal, you know? Like, beating Roman still should matter. But I wouldn't have him go undefeated for like the next 3 years again. Although technically he's been defeated already, hasn't he? He actually lost to Seth at the Rumble by DQ, and he also lost that tag match as well. So he has got losses. Do you remember he's lost a bit actually, because didn't he and Sammy lose to Kevin and John Cena at the end of 2022? So I think he's got a few losses to his record already. So I'd probably keep him about the same. He's been losing matches. It's just the way that he's been losing them, and they've not been title matches and stuff like that. So I'd probably keep him about the same. Like, keep him so that it matters if you beat him, but don't make him completely unbeatable. Michael Jordan used to be my neighbor, said Nick. Really? Mr. Unfamiliar said, once Roman beats Bruno's streak in a few years, then he'll probably go to Hollywood's. Jeremy said Roman after SmackDown following Mania is leaving until SummerSlam. James said Raw is on TNT Sports 2 for the UK peeps. Thank you, sweetheart. We are just half an hour away now. Half an hour until we're going to go over to this week's episode of Monday Night Raw. Days doesn't want broken, Roman, says Nick. Well, I just think like it would be a bit predictable for Roman now to go on a mad losing streak, and I just don't know what anyone benefits from that. I think Roman is still seen as this big, cool tribal chief character, and yeah, I'm not really too eager for him to now become like a jobber. I think that he should still be kept relatively strong. Certainly if we're building towards him and Rock, want it to feel like he's going to be competitive, you know. I would expect him to win that match. I tell you, it's an interesting one, because if we do Rock Cody, I expect Cody to win. If we do Rock Roman, I expect Roman to win. At what point does Rock actually get a victory? I don't know. That's hard. That's difficult. When would Rock actually win a match? Because Rock Roman this year, if we were to get it, totally would expect Roman to win. And as I said, if we were going to be doing Rock versus Cody, totally would expect Cody to win. So when is Rock going to get a victory? Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. JP said, what about sister versus sister? The Bella twins left you in the womb. We've not had many sister versus sister matches, have we? Because we've not had many sisters. So there's not a great deal of competition on that front. But that'll be somewhat fun in the future. We've got some sisters. What are they called? I'm trying to think what they're called in NXT, those twins. They seemed to be quite excited about them not that long ago, and now they've disappeared again. Apparently they're social media kids, twins, and I think they've done gymnastics as well. And WWE seemed quite excited about them, so I expect them to show up at some point later this year. So who knows, perhaps we'll get them going up against each other in the future. What's going on with the royal family, said JJ. Honestly, don't think anything. There's a lot of talk, a lot of chatter, but there doesn't appear to be absolutely anything to back it up. So here in the UK, it's absolute silence. No one's really saying anything. It's all on social media, isn't it? About the Prince Charles is dead. They haven't told us yet. Something's going on with Catherine and all that stuff. My mom, who's really into the royal family, she says, how can people expect like Catherine to be out and about when she's just recovering from like major surgery? She said, like, it's going to take her weeks and weeks and weeks. Of course, you're not seeing her. So my mom is very much of the belief that, you know, Catherine's just recuperating, recovering. But you know what conspiracy theories are like. They spread around and people like to cause a bit of trouble and all that stuff. So royal announcement has been trending for like 2 days. There's been no royal announcement. King Charles was trending yesterday and it distracted me during Unseen. It really did, because I hadn't seen anything like that before. Normally when you've got conspiracy theories, they're quite small and they just sort of play out at the side, and to be honest, I avoid them. I'm not interested. I'll deal with it when it's actual news, right? But this was so loud. At one point when I was doing Unseen, I think King Charles was the second biggest trend in America. I mean, like, it was a big story, but there was no story. So it was really strange. So I actually did Unseen a little bit earlier because I thought if there is going to be an announcement or something has happened, I'll get Unseen recorded and uploaded so that it's done. Because if any news comes through, it's going to be a big distraction. I'm going to find it hard to do Unseen. So I got Unseen done a little bit earlier, which was fine. And nothing came through. There is nothing. We're here now, like nearly 24 hours later, and still nothing's. So I just think it's a lot of social media being social media, to be honest. William said, Days, what do you think of a women's Andre Battle Royal this year instead of a men's? We used to do it, didn't we? So I don't know that we haven't done it for a few years, but we did used to do a WrestleMania Women's Battle Royal, and remember they wanted to name it, in my mind, this was around WrestleMania 34. They wanted to name it after the Fabulous Moolah, and Twitter had a meltdown. It was like, you can't do that, she's a disgrace and all that stuff. And so they backtracked and they ended up calling it the Women's WrestleMania Battle Royal. It didn't get a name in the end. So we did that for a little bit, and that was it. I mean, we didn't do it anymore. We haven't done it the past few years. So we could absolutely bring that back. I think it'd be fine to bring it back. I think the big thing, though, is that both of the winners need a title shot. I don't know why the winners of these battle royals don't get any sort of prize. All they get is the trophy, but the trophy doesn't mean anything. We never, brag about the fact that they're a two-time Andre the Giant Battle Royal winner, or it doesn't open any doors for them. It's not like winning the Rumble or winning the Chamber or winning Money in the Bank. That actually means something because you get something for it. But when you win the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, we don't get anything but the trophy. So I don't mind us doing it. We've done it before, but you've got to give them something for it. You've got to give them something, some reason to want to win it, So... but yeah, William, it's a good shout. We've been down that road, and we've certainly got enough women to do it. So, A. Jobson said, "I've spent half my youth in Toronto. I love Toronto. I really do love Toronto. Do you know? I really love entertainment stores. I love DVD, CD stores, and my heart breaks that they're going. It really does. I mean, nothing would excite me more than going to a new place." finding the music stores and like just going through the racks, you know, and just having a look. So I love music, I love TV shows, documentaries. I don't mind films, but I'm not as into films. But a good TV show, a good box set, or, you know, a good documentary, something that's really interesting. I love those kind of things. Or like music, I've got a big passion for, and obviously WWE. So just going and seeing what DVDs they've got or whatever. Oh man, I used to love that. I used to absolutely love that. And I remember going to Toronto, and they had HMV in Toronto, actually. And so I remember going there, and they had a big one on the high street. There was another one that was in like a shopping centre that was underground, that I had a little mooch around as well. And now that these stores are like going, I don't really know where I want to go now if I go to a place. I mean, like if I went to Toronto, I'd obviously want to go to maybe watch a game. The Tower is obviously cool. There'd be a few nice bars. But I just don't know what I'd do in the day. Don't know where I'd go. I don't know what I'd be looking to do if I went to these places, you know. Before, my instinct would be to find the entertainment store and have a little mooch around and browse the racks, and I don't know. Girls like to go clothes shopping and have a look around all the different clothes shops. I liked to go into the entertainment stores and have a little mooch around the CDs and the DVDs. That was my natural habitat. I'm like, in many ways, I'm just like the sparrow. I mean, all these trees are getting chopped down, you know? All the natural habitat is being removed for birds of prey. And it's exactly the same with me. All my natural habitat is being removed. I've got nowhere to go. So I really sympathize with like the polar bears, because they're losing their ice caps and I'm losing my entertainment stores. No one ever thinks about me and the polar bears. George said, Sonny, what do you think about the opera? There we go, Sonny. What do you think? Sonny, have you ever been to the opera? Let us know. Classy Q Driver said there's a way to make things happen. When Brock was undefeatable, there could have had against Mark Mero for the World WC in a shooting star match. Believable to think Mark could win after the botch and Sable angle. Classy Q Driver, shout out to you. Canada is basically Britain, said A. Jobson. There's a lot more well, I can only judge by Toronto, but there's a lot more underground. I mean, Toronto, it was amazing. You could go from the train station and you could go all underground, and there were shops under there, and I've never really encountered anything like that in the UK. We have an underground network, railway network, but it doesn't really have any like shops under there, or there's not loads of. You tend to like go from station to station. There's the odd connection between stations, but they're just walkways, really. They're not with shops. Like, I felt like there was a whole city under the ground. I really felt like I could get like around a good bit of the city under the ground. It might just be my memory playing tricks on me, but I distinctly remember going from the train station, going underground, walking, and there being shops, and even like a HMV and clothes shops and all this kind of stuff. And you could sort of just get around the city that way. And London's underground is stations. You go from station to station, and all the stations are quite close. So you never have to travel like on the trains that long to get to the next station. There's lots of stations, and some of the stations are connected. But as I said, those connections you're just walking. Really, they're just walkways. There's not loads of shops and stuff down there. It's really just a way of you just traveling, getting from point A to point B. Whereas the Toronto network had shops and it had lots of stuff under there. So. Maybe parts of the London one has changed now, because obviously they're developing and working on stuff all the time. There's a whole new line that just opened, that Elizabethan line. A whole new line on the underground, which has took years and years and years to make, opened a few years ago. I've never even been on that. So I don't know what that one looks like. But yeah, if you've never been to London, it's incredible. It's one of the world's great cities. There's so much to do in London. But again, even when I went to London, I used to love going to them shops. I used to love going to like Virgin mega stores and HMV and Our Price and MVC, and like we used to have loads of those kind of CD, DVD stores. That was a real passion of mine, which, you know, is slowly, well, not that slowly anymore, but fading away, unfortunately. What about R-Truth as an honorary member of the New Day? R-Truth as an honorary member of the New Day. Yeah, could be fun. I wouldn't mind that. That, you know, they need something to get a bit of fun injected back into them, to be honest. I mean, they feel just beyond stale. I feel like they were good for about 4 years, maybe knocking on 5 years, but really, you know, since the pandemic, and I'd probably include the pandemic as well, just really stale, really stale. I think they went through that period of Bootios, and they went through that period of the pancakes, and they went through that period of the New Day pops, and all of that they managed to get like mileage out of it, merch out of it, actual cereal out of it. They were red hot, man. They really were. And, you know, look, it's around that time that we're doing Kofi Mania, isn't it? That was WrestleMania 35. That was 5 years ago. So that would have been, what, 2019? Yeah. I mean, I feel like that is when it's, you know, still at its peak, really. And I suppose the death of Kofi Mania might have been the death of the New Day as well. Just by chance. We never had anything to sort of follow it up with. So I think that the New Day are stale. I think they definitely could do with something. Whether that is R-Truth or not, I'm not too sure. But he would help them. Definitely he would help them. He would help anyone. I would love to visit the Royal Opera House, said George. I heard they put on great productions of Tosca. Do you know, I didn't know where that was, but I believe it's Covent Garden. I've been to Covent Garden quite a few times, and it's like this outdoor market space, and it's got loads of like really nice restaurants and little independent shops, and there's like a lot of retail bits around there, and it's not far from like Leicester Square, where all the film premieres are held, and that's not far from Piccadilly Circus, which is obviously iconic. None of that is far from Trafalgar Square, which has got Nelson's Column. I mean, a lot of these places in London are really close together. You can easily walk and get from, you know, it's a little bit of a walk, but not bad. 5 minutes, you know, you're at somewhere else that's interesting. London's amazing for that. You know, just getting about and like getting to Buckingham Palace, Trafalgar Square, Piccadilly Circus, Leicester Square, Oxford Street, which is all the shopping, Covent Garden, which is a lovely little place which is worth visiting. Tower of London's not far away. London Eye's not far away. Houses of Parliament are not far away. I mean, it's brilliant. And there's like buses that go around, obviously, on a tour thing. But yeah, the Royal Opera House, I believe, is Covent Garden. I've been there a few times, but I've never been in the Royal Opera House. Opera's not my thing, to be honest. I do like entertainment, and I do like performing arts, but opera is something that I've never been able to get into. I can't say I've ever really sat down and given it like much of a go, but it's something that's never really appealed or really grabbed me. It's a bit too highbrow for me. I'm much too common for that. But it goes above my head. Do you know what I mean? I like watching people fall over. But do you agree with me? Cody loses. He needs an aggressive side. If he loses, he needs an aggressive side. It's difficult, isn't it? Because he is the John Cena. You know, John Cena didn't really have much of an aggressive side when he was past the thugonomic stage. You know, that's where Cody is now. Cody is, I've no doubt, getting advice and being advised by Cena and being advised by Triple H and being advised by people that have been there and done it, you know. And I think he is the red hot super babyface, can't do anything wrong babyface. He is the face of the company. He is the person they just keep building and building and building. You know, he closes out the shows at the house shows, finishing the story, front of the video game. We see what it, you know, he's agreeing to go to birthday parties for 5-year-olds. You know, he's doing all of this kind of, you know, stuff. And I think he can get aggressive, but there's a limit to how aggressive he can get. I don't think you ain't going to be seeing Attitude Era aggression. You ain't going to be seeing him swearing his head off or, do you know what I mean, reckless abandon. He's going to have to keep it still very PG. His fan base is a young fan base. A lot of people that like Cody of all ages, but, the ones that you tend to see at house shows, whatever, it's him with the kids, isn't it? It's the kids that come up dressed in their cosplay, the kids that are holding up the signs, I'm a Cody crybaby and whatnot. So, yeah, I kind of feel that he can get more aggressive, and we might even see a glimpse of that tonight, but I think there's always going to be limits to how far he can go. Undercover Manager said they should allow the Battle Royal winners to have title shots for the mid-card belts. That's a good idea. I want to see more stories on the lower card like we used to in the Attitude Era. I agree with that. Remember Choppy PP? Val Venus does. How could we forget? Yeah, I agree. I think we do spend a long time building up the top of the cards. I think, we're doing some stuff with Logan, obviously. And we've got like a Legado LWO feud. We've got Final Testament and Pride feud going on. We've got a few things going on around the mid-card. But, more around that level is always going to be welcome. And so I would totally be open to... And it's such an easy thing to do as well. Win the Andre Battle Royal and you'll get a shot at the IC title. Win the Women's Battle Royal, you'll get a shot at... I don't know, one of the world titles. We haven't got a mid-card belt. But imagine that. Imagine if the winner of the women's one was to crown the new mid-card champion. Amazing. Brilliant. Let's go. So, yeah, I completely agree. Class EQ said, have you seen the video of 3 guys giving a school bag a triple power bomb and celebrating with a bloodline pose? It's amazing. We used to do stuff like that in the 90s. I haven't, but I could believe it. I mean, in the 90s, we were all running around crotch chopping, weren't we? In the 90s, we were screaming, suck it, and getting told off by teachers. So, and stunning our friends and rock bottoms. That's what was going on at schools in the 90s. So, it's great to think that people are, maybe triple power bombing and Superman punching and spearing and acknowledging. And, you know what I mean? Like, if that's going on at schools, then good. I hope it is. Wrestler Andy said WH Smith's has an underrated wrestling video section. Some rare in your houses available. Are you sure? Are you sure that's not just in Scotland? Jessica, shout out to you. Do you think Judgment Day will break up soon? I feel like Finn and Damian are ready to go their separate ways. That's a really interesting one because I think they've been ready for a long time, haven't they? They sort of teased it and then they sort of stopped. So I don't really know why we did that unless it was because we were just trying to get to WrestleMania. I do feel like we do too much of that. If you think that Jimmy cost Jay at SummerSlam, and SummerSlam was like, what, July? August? I think it was July, actually. But, and we've had to wait till now to get the match. I know that we found a way of doing it by moving him to a separate brand. But we know that that match was a match we were going to get all the way back then. But we had to wait until now to do it. And I feel like probably the same with the Judgment Day. I feel like we teased issues between Finn and Damian. And then for whatever reason, we stopped. And I think we stopped because it just wasn't the right time to do a breakup. And they were the tag champs and we, ended up like keeping them the tag champs. But I think they are definitely ready to go their separate ways. I don't see the Judgment Day moving forward anymore. I don't see them improving or doing anything new or... they're on top right now because Rhea's the women's champ and Finn and Damian are the tag champs. But they're not gloating about it or, do you know what I mean? They're not really... We just see them in a few backstage segments. We're not really doing anything with them. It feels like it's run its course. Now, you probably could tell a whole new story if there was a big faction for them to be like going up against. But it feels like we're just biding our time. So I would agree. I mean, I would love for Finn Balor to kind of break away and bring back the demon, and like, you know, for us to kind of do some stuff that we were doing in the past, you know. I feel like Finn Balor has been more engaging in the past than he is right now. So I would be really open to that. I don't know what it would mean for Judgment Day, but I mean, even Rhea's been kind of staying away from the Judgment Day a bit more recently. And it just feels like they've been a bit kind of subdued. Yeah. Something's not right with the Judgment Day. And I can only put it down to the fact that we're on the verge of them losing the titles and potentially on the verge of them splitting up. So, yeah, I think it's a good shout. I think that we are heading in that direction. I think we will see them go their separate ways, and I think we should. I think they've run their course. I think they've achieved what they needed to achieve. Sucks that we never got Demon Balor against the Fiends. That does suck, doesn't it? We definitely... How did they fumble that? I mean, the only thing I would say is that obviously no one expected Bray to pass away as young as what he did. So, you know, maybe it's something we would have got. But they did do Fiend, and do you remember when Bray was going to be... Oh, imagine if we get an answer to that. Do you remember when he was dressed as Sister Abigail? And it looked for a second like we were going to get Fiend against Sister Abigail. And then, of course, Bray fell ill, and we ended up getting Finn Balor against AJ Styles instead. I wonder if they'll, you know... This documentary has got a lot of stuff that it can dig into, and this is why I don't think we're going to get all the answers that we were going to get. Because I'd love to know what the plan for that match was. Was he actually going to be competing as Sister Abigail? Because the belief has always been he was. That was the belief. But it'd be very interesting to hear what the plans were going to be for that. But will we get that? I really don't know. It might just be, as we said, we look at the man and his story and his connection to his peers and his family, and, you know, we might need a separate documentary that kind of digs into that side of the creative. Aaron, shout out to you, said if Drew Seth is the co-main event and Seth doesn't win, that will leave Seth upset going into the main event. Eyes emoji. James said, oh, that was terrible. Yeah, it's good job. I mean, in a way, it was good that you know, it's never good to get ill, but that certainly could have been one that he looked back on with a bit of regret, you know. But yeah, we didn't get it in the end. Jim Cornette YouTube of his thoughts on big business with Mercedes got posted 20 hours ago and is at 130,000 views, says Big Time. Very good. Padrig said, what do you think about some faction faces, some faction and wrestling at 5 stages of hell? Hang on. What do you think about some faction faces, some faction and a wrestling? Faction against faction in like a 5 stages of hell. Well, 5 stages of hell is a lot in it. I mean, wouldn't you do like 3 stages of hell? I don't know. To me, like, I feel like it's better to book. It's better to put a stipulation on a feud that needs it, you know? So I think rather than going, let's do a 5 stages of hell match, who shall we use for it? It's better to do a feud, get it to the point where it's like, well, what do we do with them now? And then decide 5 stages of hell or 3 stages of hell or whatever, you know? I feel like that's maybe the wrong way of booking. I think that you need to get 2 teams. You need to tell stories that really grab people. You need to get some banging matches done. People need to be on board with it and really enjoying it. And then you can book, like, you know, a stages of hell match, rather than start with the stages of hell and work backwards, you know? I think I'd be more inclined to go the other way on that. So it's hard to get excited about it, because what 2 factions would you use? And even if you went, well, Final Testament and Pride, well, they're doing a street fight, and that's good enough for me at the moment. I can't really say I'd be more excited if it was like a 5 stages of hell match. because that's just 5 different matches in a row. So I think that for me, it would be a case of get the 2 factions you want, really get them red hot, really do some stuff with them, get people excited, then do, like, you know, a big juicy match like that. But it's been a long time since we've done a Stages of Hell match. Can't even remember the last time we did one, to be honest. So you're probably not wrong in saying that we could be due one. Maybe it'd be better if it wasn't factions and it was just 2 individual people. Maybe Jimmy and Jay could build towards something like that, you know. But food is life, said William. My mom fixed everything with food. No matter how bad it was, how much it hurt, she made amazing food. Oh. I would love it one day if WWE was to host WrestleMania outside of the US, says Amain. Yep. I think a lot of us would enjoy that. There was a rumor a few years ago that they were going to do 2 WrestleManias a year. Honest to God rumor, right? They were going to do one WrestleMania in the US and the other would always be international, which I thought was a great idea. You do a WrestleMania in March and then you do a WrestleMania in like October or something. And you do WrestleMania in the US every year, and the other WrestleMania you do internationally, and that one can go anywhere around the world, which I was like, that's not bad. I know a lot of people will be like, yeah, but you know, you can't do 2 WrestleManias a year and all this kind of stuff, but I would argue that we're doing 2 now with a weekend. You know, we're doing 2 days. It's just rather than doing 2 days, you would have together, you would have had them as 2 separate events, whereas now we do 2 days back to back. So we do like a WrestleMania weekend, don't we? So I don't know, it's one of those. I know that you can have too much of a good thing, and I know that some people might say no, it wouldn't work, you can't do 2 WrestleManias a year, blah 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 blah. But I don't know about you, but I really feel like the end of the year really needs it. You know what I mean? If we do SummerSlam in like July, I mean, Survivor Series, I know Survivor Series was huge this year because of CM Punk, but I really feel like the end of the year really could do with some. The end of the year could always do with a little bit of a tick. We don't even do a pay-per-view in December because it's not worth it. December's awful, so we don't bother. So instead, that's the only month. Well, it's not the only month. We don't do one in March, but it's one of the only months where we don't do a pay-per-view. And obviously Christmas gets in the way and people buying presents and all of that. So I do feel like a massive, something big at the end of the year is needed. And we do have Survivor Series, but it's always in an arena. It's never in a stadium. And it's always, like, I don't know, the card is so-so. It's never a card that, like, can rival a WrestleMania, is it? So I always thought that I was like, yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening, but it never happened. So I don't know. I don't know that we'll go. I mean, we've done Canada, but I don't know that we'll ever get to a UK WrestleMania. I feel like we will one day, but I don't know that that day is coming anytime soon. As much as John Cena wants it. Right, here we go then. We are going over to TNT Sports. Let's see what they've got lined up for us for this week's Raw. Then I feel like I've seen everything I need to see from Priest with the tag titles, said Big Time. I've already sensed many have just soured on him, probably due to Judgment Day outstaying their welcome. You can't trust the weather in November and December in an arena. There's a lot of stadiums with roofs now. So you make a good point, but you would obviously find a space that's got a roof. And there's plenty of those around the world. Okay, we're just looking at Philadelphia. We are in the North Carolina State University PNC Arena. 14,000. Yeah, I don't get this. Rock is a cat. Don't really get it. I don't understand. I saw a picture of that earlier. Pharaoh's wearing like a little bandana. It says Rock is a cat. Like a pussy. Cat. Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying? I don't know. I included it in Unseen. Right, we're starting with Jey Uso. Live forever with me, please. Does he want to live with Liv Morgan, does he? Right, here's the Yeet Man, Mr. Yeets. Mr. Yeets is making his way down. Mr. Yeets. Basically calling The Rock a pussycat. I think that's what he's doing. I think that's what he's doing. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't quite get it. Okay, we've got that's a CGI WrestleMania sign in the sky. So Jey Uso has made his way down. Yeetsburg, said K-pop lover. Jey Uso, Jimmy Uso. These two are going to be facing off at WrestleMania. Okay, cool. Rikishi sign in the background as Jey Uso is in the ring. So, big response, big reaction for Jey. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. I know my brothers are in the building. I know the bloodline's in the building. Okay. Where you at? Oh, he calls him out. Where you at, Uso? Is he calling? Is Jimmy going to come down? He says, I know my brothers are here. He's coming through the crowd, I think. There he is with Solo. So Jimmy and Solo making their way through the crowds. He just gestured to someone. Who's he gestured over to? He just... Oh, he wants a microphone. He just looked over and it was like this. But he wanted a microphone. Solo on the outside. Jimmy... This is interesting. Jimmy and Jey. Love Jay's glasses, man. Those Yeet glasses look so good on him. Yeet. The crowd are yeeting away. Jimmy pulling down his hood. Jey throwing the glasses away. These two stepping up to each other. I feel like it's going to be hard for these two to not burst out laughing. Jey always finds it hard to not corpse. But we really don't need that here. Not when we're building up to like a real Uso chance. Real intense feud. Look, Jey points at Jimmy. Come on. This feels different. Regardless of what happens, I miss you. I miss you. Yeah, and that's understandable. You can understand that. I won't talk to you. I won't ride with you. Just come back to me. I never left you. It was your idea to leave the bloodline. Little bro goes off to be the biggest superstar on the Raw roster. To become the top merch seller. Little bro goes off and becomes tag team champion. Who left who? You forgot me? I like this. Really captivate him. Listen loud and clear. Very clear. The biggest moment in your career is because of me. Biggest moment in your career is because of me. What's that in reference to? Is that when they unified the tag titles? Or surely the biggest moment in his career was competing against Roman. Is Jimmy taking credit for that? Can't hear what the crowd are chanting. You can tell Jimmy is heel. He's got the crazy eyes, said Cleveland Brown. Jimmy, very good. The biggest moment of my career is going to be my dream match. Me versus you. When I knock the yeet out your ass. So Jay wallops Jimmy. So Jay hits Jimmy and Solo. But they get the better of him. Cody chants. Cody chants. Someone's making a save, surely. The crowd want Cody. Someone's coming down. It is Cody. Duck underneath. Oh, man in shoes. Oh, my God. A Cody cutter in shoes. Damn. Fair play. Doing that in shoes as well. Look at them We Want Cody signs. Wow. Bright yellow We Want Cody. Loads of them. So Cody saves with an amazing Cody cutter. My biggest moments will be when I knock the yeet out of you in my dream match. Has Cody got a pocket watch as well? I don't know. I think, yeah, he does appear to have something. I like where this is going today, Jobson. Cody cutter in a suit coat, said Eric. Cody sticking his nose in, said Zoom Station. Becky Lynch, Nia Jax, 5 years in the making. We're just having a look at a recap on that. So, really interesting way to open up the show. I really liked it. I thought it was good. Not what I was expecting. Didn't think we would open with Jay, but I like the fact we did. I like the fact it was something different. I like the fact we didn't just open with Cody or Drew or, you know, we opened with another match that needs a little bit of spotlight. A lot of people have been saying, when are we getting Jimmy J? When are we getting Jimmy J? We finally got to it, and we just opened Raw with it as well. So it didn't get loads of time, you know. We're only 11 minutes gone. Normally that opening segment would get a bit longer than that, but it did what it needed to do. So, yeah, fine. I ain't got no real complaints with that. I wonder why they didn't play Cody's music, says Brony. Eric said, I don't know what Solo hates more, getting hit with a Cody cutter or a BFT every night. The answer to that is math. We all know what he hates more. It's math. The video for the last woman standing match is what we've got right now, yes. So we did just go to a commercial break as well, but I don't think we were meant to. And we are back to the action now as DIY have made their way out. So here on TNT Sports, we did just cut away. So we're going to our first match. This is going to be DIY taking on the Creed brothers. It's going to be a banger, man. It's going to be a banger. And you know that they're going to give them a lot of time as well. So I think DIY will be the team that go through. DIY against Creed brothers. Surprise entries without music is always better, said TBH. Entertaining open. It was a good promo by Jimmy, said Brony. DIY Creed's up next. Should be a good match. James said, don't need to hear Cody's music twice in the same night. Amin said, I think we'll have Gunther Sami contract signing tonight. Yes, we do. Isn't it a great Vertical Horizon song? I don't know. I can't say that I am aware of that. Richard said, I have a feeling Cody going to come out to WrestleMania 40 with a Continental Army uniform. Johnny said the DIY song is going to hit hard at WrestleMania. Don said Raw is hype tonight. There's a lot of good stuff coming up. We've got 3 hours, so plenty of time to... and we are at commercial break now. I think they made a slight mistake last time. But we are at commercial break now. So, yes, there is quite a bit coming up. We've got 3 tag team qualifying matches. We've got that last woman standing match. We've got the contract signing. We know that Cody's there. He's sure to respond. So we know that Cody is going to have that segment. It'll be massive. I would imagine that that segment will take us from hour 1 into hour 2, or maybe hour 2 into hour 3. They normally like to put those segments at the start of an hour. So we're probably going to get our teeth into this tag match for 20 odd minutes or so. But yeah, should be good. Looking forward to it. Rivi, shout out to you. I hope you are well. LS Dub said DIY Creeds is confusing. Don't you want both of them in the ladder match? I honestly expect both teams to eventually make it. They both absolutely should. I would like both to make it, yes. Do think both should be in there, but I also understand there are a lot of good teams, but I don't know, we're taking 6. One of them's the champ, so there's 5 spots. You'd like to think that Creeds and DIY could both get in there, and Awesome Truth would get in there, leaving 2 more spots for SmackDown. But I don't know, at the moment, doesn't seem like they're going to do that. Unless there's going to be some sort of draw, double finish. Have to wait and see. Alan said before Jimmy J promo to stop smiling, they should think about something they've done to each other when they were young. I think it's I really was looking at that and it was going through my head like, please don't smile, please don't laugh, please don't corpse. Like I know that stuff is fun and I know that people love those moments, but it really is not the time. This moment here is where they're really trying to build up like a match between them for WrestleMania. We're trying to build up like, you know, some real emotion, and this is definitely not the time to corpse. So I was like, oh, please don't, not now. But you know, they did well. I was definitely thinking that though, as I was looking at Jay, and he kept going to talk and then he'd put it back down again. I've seen him do that before where he has to like turn away. So that was going through my head, but thankfully not. Good segment. I do agree. I think Jimmy did a better job than Jay, actually, in that verbal exchange. Thought Jimmy was really, like, firing it out, you know? Jay came back with a good response, though. And then we very quickly went to the beatdown. Right, we are back from commercial break. And we've got a little advert for NXT. There's Trick Williams. Whoop, that Trick. He's going to be taking on Noam Dar. Obviously, we saw the kiss last week. Trick Williams. Noam Dar. NXT live tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, here's Adam Pearce. Here's Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman's here. They went into business for themselves. I haven't even got my makeup on. They're gone. You know I'm here on official business. I'm going to handle my business and then I'm gone. Everyone will be caught off guard about his official business. Here's the creeds. So, Paul Heyman just apologized. He said that was not authorized by the final boss, The Rock, or the tribal chief, Roman Reigns. Jimmy and Solo are gone. You've got my words. Everyone, though, is going to be caught by my official business. So, caught off guard by whatever it is here to do. So should find out whatever that is later in the show. Creed Brothers have made their way down. Their new logo that we showed on Unseen. New ring gear as well. Creed Brothers DIY. There's a sign in the crowd that said, "I fell asleep during Cody's story." Someone's not a fan. Someone's not a fan. Bit rude. Creed is what you need. Days, I want to see DIY win and get their Mania moment. Creeds have a lot more career in front of them. That's a fair point. It's a fair point, James. I don't think DIY will beat the Creed. Well, do you know what? I feel like this is a big talking point and it feels like it needs to be a poll. What is the result of this match? Is it going to be DIY? Is it going to be the Creeds? Is it going to be a draw? DIY, Creeds, draw. What do you think is going to happen? Creeds shouldn't be at WrestleMania until they redo their theme, said Eric. DIY need to win here, said I'm Kyle. But Brony said, I really wouldn't mind DIY winning the tag titles. Talk Knight said, Days, who do you think would win in a wrestling match, Yoda or Sidious? I've always pictured Chewbacca as an intercontinental champion. Who's Sidious? I don't know who that is. I know who Yoda is, and he's very small. But then so was Rey Mysterio. Perhaps Yoda's the Rey Mysterio of the Star Wars universe. But I don't know who Sidious is. I feel like, is that maybe someone out of Harry Potter? What part of this looks like I know about Harry Potter, if that's where he's from? I am going to go Yoda, because I know who that is. And he reminds me of Rey Mysterio. So, Yoda. Days doesn't know Lord Sidious. Oh, is he a Lord? Oh, right. Okay, so he's in the House of Lords. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, well, if he's part of the British parliamentary system, then I'll go with Lord Sidious. Is he friends with King Charles, is he? Oh, does he know the Prime Minister? Oh, well, I'll have to check him out. Right, here we go. We've got Creed's in control. Brutus in there with Tommaso. Tommaso through the legs. Chop coming in there by Tommaso. Johnny. Oh, big clothesline there by Tommaso. Lovely. Blockbuster to the outsides. Someone had a sign in the crowd that said, "Call Rikishi," said Jeremy. They're on the edge of the ring. DIY. Applauding and patting themselves on the back. Boom. Darth Sidious was an emperor. Oh, God. It's all getting confusing now. The Beach Kevin said, "Come on, Days. We know everyone in the UK is taught about Harry Potter in school. Do you want to know a true story? Do you want to know a true story? I worked in an entertainment store. I told you I like them. I used to work in one. And the very first time I ever heard about Harry Potter was probably about 2005. No joke. I don't know how it happened. Do you know, the same thing happened to me with the Libertines. So the first time I ever heard about the Libertines, I used to read music magazine. I mean, not page to page, but, you know, I'd like to keep in with music and whatever. And the Libertines came out with their debut album. I'd never even heard of them. And people were like, "Yeah, man, I've been looking forward to this album for ages." And I was like, "Where's this band come from?" And I was really into music. Like, I really was like, I felt like I knew what was happening. But the Libertines completely caught me off guard and went on to be like a big band in the 2000s here in the UK. And Harry Potter, first time I ever heard about that was about 2005. I think one of the last books was coming out. And we had loads of these books. And I was like, "What have we got all this for?" And they're like, "Oh, it's the new Harry Potter book." I was like, "What the hell's Harry Potter?" And it turns out there'd already been movies that had come out and other books that had come out. So if you think that everyone in the UK is like just knows about Harry Potter and like it's taught in schools, couldn't be further from the truth. I hadn't even encountered it. Apparently, I heard the first book came out in 97. So it took 8 years from the first book coming out. It took 8 years till I even heard about it. I don't know how. Don't even ask me how. Because I'm sure the books were selling like crazy. I'm sure it was on the news. I'm sure that there was articles. I'm sure people were talking about it. But it's just one of them. If it's not in your world, it's just not in your world, is it? There could be some kids' books selling now that are selling like crazy. The next Harry Potter, you know? Could be some books selling now going mental. It's just not in my world. I just don't see it. It's just not. It's weird, isn't it? Strange. I suppose in a way, it's like all the Marvel stuff. I have never once been to the cinema to watch a Marvel movie. I have seen the occasional bit of Marvel films as I've been flicking through channels. But I have never sat down and watched a Marvel film. Like, actually tried to watch one from start to finish. So, all of that is not in my world. You can talk about your super spiders and your X-ray women and your bionic children, right? I don't know anything about them. It's just not in my world. WWE is, though. So that's in my world. Right, here we go. We're going back from commercial break. Not even Iron Man. Nope. Or Avengers. I have never sat down. I know of them because obviously I've seen the hoopla of what's coming out. So I'm aware of like Ant-Man. I'm aware of Scarlett Johansson. I'm aware of Iron Man and Thor. Deadpool. Avengers. Captain America. You know, I'm aware of them. I ain't got no flipping desire to watch them. Powerbomb by Brutus. Okay, we are back to the action. We got both of DIY in the corner. Brutus charging over, collides into both of them, rolls up to Mosso. Johnny comes up, lovely. Northern Light suplex. That was a great pin there by Brutus. He was pinning to Mosso after he had Northern Light suplexed Johnny. Tag, in comes Julius. Gut wrench. Slams Brutus down. And Julius gets slammed on top of Ciampa. Ciampa gets his shoulder up. So these two teams trying to outmaneuver each other at the moment as Julius grabs the head of Tommaso. Tommaso knocks Julius down. Don't know what it is about this match. There's just parts of it where it feels like they're a little bit stuck in treacle. He's trying to get up to his feet, and he does manage to do it. Right now, we've got Brutus picking up Johnny as well. So, Brutus has got Johnny up. Julius had Tommaso up. Creed's kipping up as well. Now we're looking for standing. Both doing standing moonsaults. And the referee was going for a pin there. Yeah, it's just been a couple of moments where I think they're just trying to get into position for certain moves. Like, it's not that sort of snappy, fast-paced, we're doing this into this. It's like they're just trying to... Like, the communication just feels a little clunky in the transition. But there's been some nice moments in the match. Right now, DIY. Gut wrench. And right now he's going over, making a tag. Julius coming in. Crowd a little quiet. But again, enjoying some of the moments in this match as Brutus... See what I mean? Like that bit there where he goes over and he sort of throws Tommaso down and then grabs him again because he was trying to get into a better position. Johnny comes in, grabs Tommaso, throws in a forearm strike. Forearm strike coming back there by Brutus. Brutus goes down. He pushes Johnny into Tommaso. Back elbow. Look, it's just... They're trying to do too much intricate stuff. Rather than just putting on like a real intense match. There was that real clunky moment there. You could see that was coming a mile away. There's been too many moments in the build-up that's felt a little bit clunky, you know? Creed brothers have just put Tommaso onto the table. And right now, Tommaso down on the floor. Brutus grabbing Tommaso. Tommaso taking a moment to get back up to his feet. I feel like even the moment where they wanted to throw to commercial was a bit off. Like, they just threw Tommaso into the table. They celebrated. That's when we go to commercial. But then we've ended up going over, grabbing Tommaso. And that's when we've gone to commercial. Don't know what it is. Like, just the communication, the timing, it just doesn't seem to be quite right. Which you wouldn't expect with these two teams. You would imagine that they would be sharp and on it. That's what they're known for. But it's all right. It's got a few moments in it. It's all right. Brony said, Days, I agree. It is a bit clunky. They're just trying to do the big spots. I wish they didn't, to be honest. I wish that they were like throwing in some hard-hitting stuff, some big clotheslines, do you know what I mean? There is beauty in simplicity. Hit some big power slams, hit a power bomb, hit a running power slam. Do you know what I mean? Like, hit some of these big moves, throw in some big shots, then try and put in a big move. Instead, they're trying to put in too many spots. They're trying to put in that kind of delayed vertical suplex. They're trying to do that stand-in moonsault. They're trying to do whatever that thing was that went wrong. Like, you're right. They're trying to do these big spots, these big eye-catching spots. But they can't effortlessly go into the spots. Instead, it's just a bit jittery as they try to get into them. I don't know. For me, like, I expect these two to obviously be a bit smoother than this. It's not a big issue. It's just, you know, we don't get a chance to see them in this kind of opening match spot. And I think they've really tried to go big for it. And I'm just frustrated for them. I'm frustrated for them because I feel like they've looked at it and gone, right, we need to go big for this. This is our chance to shine. They're giving us the opening match. They're giving us a few segments. We've got some time to cook. And so they've tried to cook, and it's just, I'm just frustrated that it's not coming off for them, you know, because I really love both of these teams. But it's, it is what it is. It's not a disaster. It's just, you know, it is what it is. When we get back, how long we got? We've had a half an hour gone. Let's see where we get to when we get back to the action. A. Jobson said, I think the Creeds lack reps. They're barely on Raw. Yeah, it's true. We just haven't been seeing them that much. I don't know if they've been featuring on house shows. I'd like to think they have. But, yeah. I still agree with what people were saying, though. I still think that both of these teams should have made it through to WrestleMania. And maybe they will. Let's have a look at the poll, shall we? So, what is the result of this match? 62% of you think that it'll be DIY. 28% think it'll be the Creeds. And 10% think it'll be a draw. So, 62% of you are pretty confident that it is going to be DIY. So, right, we're going back to the action. Let's see. I think this will be the segment that it ends in. So, let's see if they can send this home strong. We've got Tommaso in there with Julius. Julius in the middle of the ring. Tommaso in the corner. Big boot there by Tommaso. Julius in the center. Grabs a hold of Tommaso. Tommaso trying to make that tag, but he gets chucked down. Tommaso coming over. Grabs Julius. Lovely. Right now, Julius is down as Tommaso trying to make over. Get that tag. He's trying to get over, and he does. The tag's made. Johnny's coming in. Julius comes over. Kick there by Johnny. Johnny takes down Brutus. Step up Inzaguri. As Julius goes back to one corner. Brutus got up and went back to the other corner. Bulldog clothesline there by Johnny. As Julius is over in the corner. Johnny charges over on the edge of the apron. Top rope. Inzaguri this time. Kick there to Brutus. Brutus goes down. Johnny through the ropes. Into a spear. Two. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Julius. Johnny grabbing Julius Creeds. Pushes him back in the corner. Big chop coming in. Tommaso telling Johnny to put Julius up. Tag being made. We got a DX sign in the crowds. Johnny with a suicide dive into Brutus. Brutus goes down. Chop coming in there by Tommaso. Tommaso grabbing a hold of Julius Creed in the corner. He's trying to get him up on his shoulder. And he's going to look to drive him down, and he does off the top. 1, 2... and a shoulder up. He couldn't quite get much of a kick out, but he shouldn't have got much of a kick out because he got absolutely planted there. And he just manages to get his shoulder up. So, kind of lands on his shoulder as well. But, yeah. Just managing to get his shoulder up there, Julius. Just managed to stay in the match as a chop comes in by Tommaso. Another chop as well. I love the ring gear of DIY. Now another chop coming in there by Tommaso. Straps are coming down by Julius. Julius is ripped, isn't he, man? He is absolutely ripped. A lot of people thinking he could be a big breakout star on his own one day. Big forearm strikes coming in as these two are exchanging blows back and forth over by the ropes. These two swinging away and hurling away at each other. Some heavy shots coming in by both of these guys. That was good. Another big blow there by Ciampa. Oh, he gets knocked down into an ankle lock. Ankle lock by Julius. Julius has got an ankle lock on Tommaso. Tommaso definitely feeling the effects of this right now. In comes Johnny. And power bomb to Johnny. He goes back, grabs the ankle of Tommaso. He had to momentarily release it. Now Brutus has come in. Brutus has got an ankle lock on Johnny. Tommaso is teasing that he's going to tap. Johnny is teasing that he's going to tap. And now both of them at the same time reverse into cross faces. I feel like them doing it at the same moment, much like how the Creeds did stuff at the same moment before. I feel like if overdone, it just looks a bit fake. I feel like if you can do it once in a match, like where you both overcome at the same time, it looks good, but put it in the match a few times, it just starts to feel a bit... I like where they just threw DIY at each other, though. Moonsault from the middle rope there by Julius. Brutus going up. Brutus with a big moonsault. 1, 2. Oh, and Ciampa gets his shoulder up. And the crowd are very much into this now. So, tag being made. The crowd thought that was going to be it there. Creed, Tommaso up on the shoulders of Julius. Brutus looking for the Brutus ball. Couldn't get it. Tommaso rolls up Julius too. And Brutus reverses the position to super kick by Johnny. Reverse by Tommaso. And that's going to do it. So it is a win in the end for DIY. The end sequence was fun. Some good moments in that match. Some clunky moments in that match. But we know that DIY are going to progress. What did you think about the match? Did you think it was all time? Did you think it was great? Did you think it was good, okay? Or did you think it was bad? What was your thoughts on that match as a whole? So it is DIY that go forward. They go through to WrestleMania. Judgment Day and DIY are two of the teams. We're backstage with Andrade and Judgment Day. Judgment Day runs Monday Night Raw. We'll be watching you. Sounds great. See you next week. Damien. I mean, I don't want to see Andrade in the Judgment Day. I can't imagine we're going that way. We know we can handle DIY. We thought you could handle Ricochet. I battered Ricochet, he just got lucky. Ricochet made a fool out of you. They're having a go at JD McDonough. Okay, so Dirty Dom's going to call out Ricochet to make things right. So, there we go. I do like those segments. You might not get loads from them, but it does progress the story along. And I like the fact that we haven't just forgot that JD lost. I like the fact they said, actually, he did embarrass you. Because he did. JD is in the Judgment Day and should be winning matches. You know, they talk about how hard it is to get into the Judgment Day, yet JD just keeps losing week after week after week after week after week. At some point, that has to be acknowledged. So I like the fact they said he did embarrass you. But don't worry, Dominic's going to make it all okay. But why are we teasing Andrade joining Judgment Day? Judgment Day are big enough. They don't need new members, said Brony. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really expecting him to join Judgment Day. I think what's more interesting is how is he not going to join Judgment Day? Like, I don't see him joining Judgment Day. It's just not a good fit. So where is this going? What is this going to be? So I find it very interesting because you know, pretty low down on the list of things that's going to happen is Andrade joining Judgment Day. But Rhea is the only one that keeps Judgment Day interesting, said Brony. When she was out of Judgment Day because they were building her as a face against Nia, it was all very stale. Frank said the New Day need a new member. Carl said, I saw Black Bunny in the street, just stopped to chat with me. I said you got your prescription shades for the solar eclipse in April. Carl is advertising and auditioning for the role of Kojiko 2.0 there, where we don't quite understand what is being said. So, Carl, welcome. We thought one Kojiko would be enough, but can you ever have enough Kojikos? CJ said, I think it would be good to add a new member who's got more star power and will likely bring more gold to the Judgment Day. Main event DJ Knight said, I think at WrestleMania, Rock Solo Jimmy will turn on Roman after losing to Cody. The Rock takes Jimmy under his wing, and Jimmy becomes a popular superstar, and Roman returns and will need some help by Sammy and Jay. I think it's time for Judgment Day to end, said James. Jim said it's a shame that Davey Boy and Dynamite could not patch up their differences. That is a shame. Dro said, do you think Andrade will replace JD in the Judgment Day? No. I just can't see him in that group at all. He just doesn't fit. I just can't see it. For me, he is someone that can go and be a champion in his own right. He's someone that I think's got a really interesting look. I love his masks. I love his entrance gear. He doesn't need to be with Goth Saurus. So I just can't see him fitting in that group. A. Jobson said NXT Finn was great, but didn't work on the main roster. This Finn works. He has got personality. Cleveland Brown said Priest could cash in his money in the bank if they want more golds. We have 1 million people coming here for the eclipse, said A. Jobson. Priest will cash in at Mania just like Seth did years ago, said Matthew. Maybe Andrade convinces Rhea and Finn that Priest is finally replaceable and they kick Priest out, says A. Jobson. Right, we are back. Thunderbolt Patterson has been announced for the Hall of Fame. Inductee 2024. So, Bull Nakano, US Express, Paul Heyman, Thunderbolt Patterson, and Muhammad Ali. Okay, we've got Candice, Indy, Kaden, Katana. So no entrances for these. We're just going straight into match number 2. Oh yeah, it's been a week since the whole dead brother thing, hasn't it? Right, so 50% great, 29% good, 15% all-time, 4% bad. That gets a great 65% rating. We'll see how that fares compared to all the other matches so far this year. We will do an opinions video. Kaden and Katana. Okay. Oh, super kick coming in by Kaden. Big boot there by Indy. So it's been a week since she said, it's a good job your dead brother isn't here to see what you've become. No wonder the fans hate you. Candice throwing in shots on Kaden. Kaden gets her shoulder up. Candice, went for a senton, but Kaden moved out the way. Candice tags in Indy. Oh, lovely work there by Katana. Really quick. She went skidding across the ring on her knees. Drop kick there by Katana. Indy goes in the corner. Katana comes over, throws in some kicks to the midsection. Indy pushes Katana away. Katana runs over, collides into Indy, hurls Indy down. Katana coming over, swing and a miss. Indy picks up Katana. She lands on her feet, but she goes down. Grabs her knee. Oh, what's this? She's telling the referee to go back. What have we got here? Katana, knee. Ref is coming over. Candice runs over. Yeah! Drop kick. Down goes Kaden. She grabs the leg of Katana. Let's go. Oh my God. Look how she's bending that knee back. And look at Indy watching on. Yeah, we won. We won. Oh, did you hurt your knee? Oh, that was good booking, man. Candice is dark, man. She'll do anything. Anything goes. Brilliant. Indy doesn't know what to make of this new Candice, but I love this new Candice. Soon as she saw her weakness, she was straight in there to secure the win. Maxine should learn from the fans' hate and train harder and become a better pro wrestler, said Elizabeth. Where are we? Oh, we're looking at SmackDown. Yeah, she's in a difficult position. I mean, I understand why the fans boo, and I don't think the fans are wrong to boo, because, you know, the fans, I mean, try going to a football match here in the UK and telling the fans that they're not allowed to boo or chant at the opposition team, right? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Welcome to sports. I'd imagine the same is true of the NFL and the NBA, right? I mean, this is sports-based entertainment. Fans should be allowed to cheer and boo whoever they want. I think the thing that was upsetting people was the comments the guy was making. Some felt went too far with the "you suck, don't come back," right? I still think it's fine. I don't think a line got crossed, but to each their own. She's in a very difficult position. I mean, the truth is she shouldn't be on the main roster. She's not of the standard expected. She should be in NXT, and WWE are doing her dirty. By, you know, if she was in NXT, working NXT house shows, there would be a lot more understanding, because that's the level she should be at. But, you know, it is difficult. It's very, very difficult. But all she can do is just keep working. That's all she can do. Get her head down, keep working. WWE are trying to make a story out of it. They're trying to build up sympathy. I think they're hoping that that will get the fans to feel a bit more sympathetic towards her. I don't know that that plan's going to work, to be honest, but it may do. It may do. But rather than focus on Maxine, I'm a lot more focused on Candice. And I think that Candice is doing some wonderful work at the moment. I don't think the comments about the dead brother were needed. Not because I thought it went too far, because, you know, Maxine would have agreed to it. No doubt about that. But I just think you couldn't quite hear it. You couldn't quite hear it, and it didn't, like, get a big reaction from the crowd, because the crowd didn't hear it. It just felt like she came out with something pretty brutal at just like the wrong time. It should have been in a promo. I think just during the match, we should have just stuck with no wonder the fans boo you. You're absolutely atrocious. You shouldn't be on the main. That would have been fine. And actually, a comment like that about the brother could have come much further down the road. It just wasn't needed in that moment. So I haven't got an issue with it because it crossed the line. I just don't think it was the right time for it. But I do love what we're doing with Kat. I love that little moment there. Thought that was really good, where she went after the injured knee, and you know, whatever it takes to secure a victory, whatever it takes. So, but yeah, Maxine's in a difficult spot. I do feel for her in that regard. It's not her fault. Here's Cody backstage. Cody coming up next. So Cody will take us from hour 1 into hour 2. So Cody responds to The Rock next. Let's go. Let's go. If you've not voted yet, vote on what you thought about that last match. It was not very long. There wasn't loads to judge, but we did get an interesting finish. So get your votes in as to what you thought about that last match. And then we'll bring that down as we head towards the second hour. And this is going real quick, man. I can't believe we've already had an hour of Raw already. It's going so quickly. LS Dub said if Maxine was a heel, any heat she takes from the crowd would be justified. Some dude saying what he felt is the simplest form of what a wrestling crowd is. I hope Maxine sticks with it and improves. James said, imagine if Bray's documentary ends with now we welcome Bray Wyatt as he takes his rightful place into the Hall of Fame. Yeah. I was thinking, like, I've seen a few people talking about how they could do it. And I saw one theory, which was don't say anything until the night of the actual Hall of Fame. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that because I know it would be a surprise, whatever, but I just think a lot of Bray fans may not tune in because they're looking at the Hall of Fame class thinking, there's not really much there that I need to see. So if you did it that way, then I think like there's a lot of people that would miss out, you know. I think I can't remember when the other problem you've got is that the Hall of Fame that documentary, we don't know that it's going to be shown in the UK, is it? So there's going to, and I'll do the rounds on social media. You'll get the message out, but I don't know if it's not just better to announce it on the show, to be honest, and just so that everyone's clear if they want to watch it, this is what we're doing, you know. I think that what would be really cool is if we did a week or two of QR codes that you scan and they take you to things that just tease something to do with Bray, and then eventually the announcement gets made that he is going to go into the Hall of Fame. I think if I was to do it anyway, I would do it that way, so that the message goes out loud and clear. It's on one of the Raws or the SmackDowns. As many people hear about it as possible so that they can tune into the show. It's difficult because I do agree doing it slightly different would really fit with Bray's character. It would fit with his character, but I would hate to think that a load of Bray fans would miss out on it because they just didn't know, you know? So I think I would probably go a slightly different way, and I would tease QR codes for a week or two, leading up to then an official announcement that would be on the shows, and everyone would be aware he is going in. But the streets are saying he's not going in this year now, aren't they? There was a Reddit post. There was someone on Reddit that had predicted or announced what the Hall of Fame was going to look like. They had the Hall of Fame like all written out, and it included Bray, and it looked like we were going to get it. And then everything has gone that way except for Bray. And now I think it's PW Insider were told that Bray's not going in this year. Might be true, might not be true. It might be WWE just trying to keep things quiet so they can surprise us. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's the Bray thing. I haven't seen this one. This is Bo. I haven't seen this trailer. Hogan talking? That's his dad crying? Alexa? Is that new? Or is that a trailer that's done the rounds that I didn't see? I mean, that was his dad getting upset. That was Bo talking. It was Alexa talking. Has anyone seen that one? I've not seen that one. Can't wait to watch that. New, it's original, said MJR619. Okay. Miss him forever. It's going to be lovely. WrestleMania weekend, then Eclipse here in Texas. Let's go, said Puff Dutch. Okay, here's Cody. Well, I didn't see anything in there that was like new Fiend costumes or anything like that, but there was still some noteworthy moments in that one. WWE did put that on earlier today on YouTube. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't see that. I saw a different one, but I didn't see that one. Okay, here's Cody. Whoa. I'll have to try and get some screenshots from that other one, because I do have some screenshots from the first one, but I don't have screenshots from that one. Okay, Cody is making his way down. There's a dude that's got a sign that said Bloodline Rules. And he really wanted Cody to see it. Oh, no, didn't in the end, but not enough. Right, Cody getting into the ring. Not looking forward to Cody crying, said CJ. James said, I'm sure it'll be on Watch Wrestling. The Bray doc, like the Cody one, I will send it anyway. Yeah, I've had a lot of people going, how do I watch it in the UK? How do I watch it in the UK? You know, everyone wants to watch that documentary. Watch Wrestling is definitely a place to go and see it. But it's so disappointing that it's not just going to... Well, maybe it will. But, you know, everyone should be able to watch that around the world, you know? I can't see any reason why it's not going to be just put onto the WWE network. So hopefully it will be. I don't think the Cody one was, though, straight away, was it? How can Cody out-promo The Rock if he can't cuss? Said Mr. Cardinal. Well, I don't think the cussing is the key part, to be honest. Okay, loud Cody chants then. Here we go. What's Cody going to say? Cody, Cody, Cody. I will challenge for the undisputed WWE Championship. Against the greatest champion in all of sports. Roman Reigns. Boos for Roman. There are complications. There are elements, combustible elements, namely The Rock. Too bad The Rock didn't want to be here tonight. Our favourite heel. He's the bad guy. I've known some heels. Bobby Heenan? So Cody listing heels. Rock. I don't think you're a heel. I think you're an a-hole. He swore? Don't get up. You poked fun at me getting upset as I spoke about finishing the story. Haven't you been crying behind the scenes this whole time? So Cody says how The Rock said that he was going to save WWE, and Cody is like, yeah, because we needed saving. Yes, Rock. The TKO people are yes people. You're a lot of things. You're a lot of wonderful things. You're a terrible... You're a whiny B-word? Wow. I know you convinced otherwise, but don't think it's locker room more than that's a rule. Don't think this locker room needs you more than you need it. I love that line. That's a great line. Here's what I'll tell you about Rock's mom. He's talking about Rock's mom. Salt of the earth. One time she said, I have nothing but respect for your mom. You don't know my mom. My mom ain't scared. The Rock's grandmother is a criminal. Talk about that, said Mr. Cardinal. Feels like every year we have the biggest tag match of all time. Wasn't last year the biggest tag match of all time? So Cody's asking, how am I going to get past that tag match? What will April 7th look like? I don't know. I don't know if it'll be Bloodline rules or not. And I don't know if I finish the story. But what do you know? You haven't been in the ring in years. And on April 6th, the bell will ring. Oh, I like this. That's good. Are you going to have that big Dwayne energy? Or are you going to have little dick syndrome? I don't know what the crowd are chanting. Might be little dick, I'm not sure. I'll get back to you. You've referred to yourself as the final boss. You can thank Brian Gerwitz for that nickname. Roman side chick? Side chick? Right, here's Heyman. Side chick. Paul Heyman coming down. Let's go, Cody. That Bloodline Rules guy is living his best life. So Heyman said he had some business. Cody in the ring. Heyman's made his way down. The ideals that we share. I'm here to offer an apology. He apologizes. For a wise man, that was pretty stupid. So what's he got planned now? So he's saying what he did with before was pretty freaking stupid. So what's he got now? Cody's like, no. I didn't ask for an apology. You're a Hall of Famer, Mr. Heyman. If you want to step in this ring, then be my guest. I thank you. I'm fine right here. I'm right here. Heyman's got a message. Talking about heels. Paul about to get a Cody cut, said Rivy. Roman Reigns is a tribal chief of his word. Roman will go face to face with you. Okay. When you go face to face. There will be no bloodline members. I whisper into my tribal chief's ear how much I love and respect him. Only I will be there. I'm no physical threat to you. You've got his words. Roman will show up alone. Deal. Well, of course, deal. Of course, that's a deal. Oh, here we go. He forgot. Here we go. Don't hurt me. We're gonna go. Yeah, come on, let's go. I'm about to go full Homelander and rip your throat out. Get to the point. Heyman's like, oh. Oh dear. Then Cody has to be alone. Alone, yeah. Can you bring the dog? Deal. Handshake. Deal. Great promo, said Rivy. Cody's got to leave the dog at home, says David. Alternative said they better make this TV 14 again if they're making these kind of promos again. Raven said WTF? Oh, here's Nia Jax. So that's the end of the Cody segment. Nia Jax. Becky has never beat me. And after tonight, she never will. I will be Women's World Champion, says Nia. Well, that's coming up later. Coming up next. Is it Ricochet? Sounds like it. Ricochet and Dirty Dom coming up. Cody knows not to trust Wobbly Walrus like that, says Wrestle with Andy. Ricochet. Oh, she put everything into that. Samantha Irvin. LS Dub said pretty long, but it held my attention. It was a good segment. That's what she said. Said, can he bring Brandy with him to slap the pee out of Heyman? I'd be down for that, you know. I mean, I'm someone that's really not eager to see Brandy Rhodes, but I do think if we need someone to deal with Heyman, Brandy's perfectly acceptable. Days, it says becoming immortal means Hall of Fame. It says becoming immortal means Hall of Fame. I don't know what that means. On Friday, Cody, Roman, face to face. That's going to be a big segment, man. That's going to be great. Some of the verbal exchanges in that should be absolutely brilliant. SmackDown. Let's go. We're getting close to halftime scores. Brought to you by Tommy Toy Travels. Wednesday AEW Watch Along, says William. Imagine if halftime scores was sponsored. Guys, halftime scores is brought to you by Dave's Cement and Bricks. If you need cement or bricks, make sure you go to Dave's. Dave's, I was hoping Brock Lesnar was going to show up in that promo, said Johnny. Don't expect Brock until this whole court case is done with, to be honest, buds. It means at the end of the Bray Wyatt segment. Oh, right. People are really thinking that this is going to lead to him being in the Hall of Fame. Harrison said, Cody beating the whole bloodline by himself, said Harrison. WrestleMania bingo spot. Does Heyman take a bump? Oh, I've got to think so. I've got to think so. I mean, if this is to be the end of Roman's title reign, I think everything's got to go. We've got to throw everything at it. So Heyman bumping and outside interference, and I think it's all happening. Zoom Station said Cody's best promo since he has been in WWE. David said we won't see Brock until the next Saudi show. Johnny said I can't wait for the documentary. I told my dad before this came out that I wanted a Bray documentary. Christopher said, has anyone seen the vile stuff that Val Venus has put on about Liv Morgan? I think it's just worth ignoring. He's been coming out with a lot of stuff recently, hasn't he? He came up, I'm sure I saw comments earlier about he was going off on Becky for going to the White House and all this sort of stuff. So I think he's lost it, man. He's just lost it. I don't know if he ever had it. A. Jobson said, I hope Ricochet wins, but if we're building Dom versus Andrade for Mania, maybe Dom wins today. Tom, I wouldn't mind Dom Andrade, to be honest. Larry said, as long as we don't say it is sponsored by Prime. Never. I ain't interested in their money. And they've not even offered it. The distracted Spectrum said Elias is doing Bible studies live on TikTok. Johnny said, do we think Seth went to the White House with Becky? I don't think so. Otherwise, I think there'd be a picture of it. Dave's not sure what is going on with Nikki Cross, but she has disappeared on all the women's wrestling promotions. Is she still even in WWE? She is. She's been trying to train up to do a marathon. So I don't know if they said they just don't have anything for her at the moment. I don't know what all of that, her being in the background, was meant to be building towards. But whatever it was, nothing's come of it. And now I've seen that she's been working on a marathon. I don't know what they're doing with her. I really don't. Snickers. Maybe you just need a Snickers. Snickers satisfies. Oh, hello. Retro footage. What's this? LA Knight. WrestleMania 3. Hogan Andre. Ah, he was a Hulkamaniac. WrestleMania 4. 18? That's a jump. LA Knight said he was big time in the corner of Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18. It's interesting. No, Mount Everest for Darby, said K-pop lover. We're backstage with Cody. Here's Mr. Yeats. I know you're not going alone. You know our bloodline roll. If you need me, I've got you. I like that from Jay. Jay says, you know that they're not going to be alone. Don't fall for it. William said, Dave's my theme song just dropped. Okay, well, I hope people enjoy that. LA Knight naming some of his favorite WrestleMania moments. Okay, we've got Ricochet and Dominic in the ring right now, and we're going over to the action. Probably not a good look, him back in Hogan. Oh, I think it's all right. The Hogan thing is really interesting because obviously he made horrific comments. He's apologized for them. And, you know, some people have accepted it. Some people haven't accepted it. WWE have tried. You know, I mean, Hogan was a guest host at, what, 37? WrestleMania 37? He's been involved in one of the Saudi shows when we did Team Hogan against Team Ric Flair. WWE themselves have tried to find ways of having Hogan still involved. So I think if this is his honest answer that, you know, when he was young, he was a big Hulkamaniac and he enjoyed like Hogan and whatever. I don't know. I don't know that many people are going to look at that and be like really down on it. I think, you know, it just comes down to whether you have like forgiven him or not. It's one that I've really struggled with, actually, to be honest, because Hogan to me is still the biggest star. No one has ever been bigger than Hulk Hogan. Not Stone Cold, not The Rock, not John Cena, not Roman Reigns. Hulk Hogan is still the biggest star I've ever known. I know they say that Stone Cold made more money and the Attitude was the biggest era, and I'm sure all of that is true. But it still does not change the fact that for me, when I was growing up year after year after year, it was Hogan. I mean, there is something in the longevity. So, you know, Stone Cold was on top, but he was not on top for all that long. You know, I mean, his last match outside of the Kevin Owens one was at WrestleMania 19. Which was, what, 2003? And if you think that things really got going in, like, 97... 96, 97, you know, there's like a 6-7 year run there. Well, obviously, Hulk Hogan, you know, that goes a much longer than 6-7 years. So for me, like, Hogan is just this massive, he's the biggest. He is, in my world, the biggest. But I know when I go to Florida, there is a chance, not guaranteed, but there is a chance that he might do some sort of meet and greet because he's got his 2 shops. He's got his Hogan's Hangout. You know, if you think he's got both of his shops, he's got his Hangout, within a 2-week period, is he going to pop up at one of those places and say, listen, I'm at the shop this day. If you want to come down and say hello, blah, blah, blah. And if he does, I'm going to have to make a decision, aren't I, as to whether do I want to go along and meet him? The biggest wrestling star that I have ever known, but someone that made absolutely awful comments that I completely disagree with, of course. And it's a difficult one. I mean, when I went in 2018, I went to his beat shop and I did have a look around. I ended up buying an old Real American shirt, which I love. I love that shirt. I've said before, I love any Hogan stuff from the 80s that's not yellow and red. Because when I was watching like old WrestleManias, old SummerSlams, you always saw him in yellow and red. And when I was older, I started to see pictures of him in white and blue. And I was like, what? He used to wear white and blue, and I couldn't believe it. Because we never saw that at, like, pay-per-views. SummerSlam, Survivor Series, WrestleManias, like, it was always the yellow and the red. So anything that's Hogan in blue and white, or anything other than the yellow, I find that very interesting, because that is from TV shows, house shows. It's from things that I never saw when I was a kid. So there's a white shirt that says Real American on, and I love that shirt because it's quirky. So I wanted one of them. I got that, and I got an Andre the Giant shirt. But if he's there, like, what do I do? Do I meet him? I don't know. It's one that I'm still not sure what I'll do. And it's really heartbreaking when you think he was, in my world, the biggest star. To me, there is no doubt he is on Mount Rushmore. No doubt whatsoever that if you're going to do a Mount Rushmore, I mean, he main evented WrestleMania 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, technically 9, 8. Well, he didn't main event 18. They didn't go on last, but he pretty much did. I mean, and then you've got all the WCW and NWO stuff as well, which you're talking about maybe the biggest faction in wrestling history. Maybe that was the Four Horsemen, but either way, NWO is right in the mix. And he was, you know, all the Hollywood Hogan stuff in the 90s when he's a heel. I mean, Jesus. What a career. And then he comes back to WWE and has like that run in WWE again when he's facing Rock and then Vince at 19. And we've got the Mr. America stuff. And oh my God. And then add in the films, the TV shows. Just a cultural phenomenon, isn't he? To be honest, I think the more I'm talking about it, the more I think I would meet him. I'd meet him. But I wouldn't know how to feel about it. But at least I've met him. And if I didn't, if I decide, oh no, I don't, well, it doesn't matter, does it? And yeah. Weird one, isn't it? Mr. America was funny, said Suzanne. Stone Cold merch shirts, huge pay-per-view buy rates is where Stone Cold has got the edge on Hogan. WWF was horrible in the mid-90s. The steroid scandal didn't help, said AB. No, it's true. I don't doubt for a second it's true that they made more money with Stone Cold merch than they did Hogan merch. So I don't disagree that the pay-per-view buy rates were bigger. It doesn't change the fact, though, that Hogan was on top for a long time in the 80s, and if you include WCW, the 90s. And to me, he is just the face of wrestling. But, yeah, it does make it tricky to know, or don't know what I'd do. Ricochet is over by the ropes. Dominic looking for the 619. Ricochet moves out the way. Oh, lovely recoil there by Ricochet. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Ricochet wins. Ricochet wins. Right, JD got in the ring. He's trying to attack Ricochet. Right, let's get your scores, shall we? Let's get your scores. We are almost at the halfway point as well. I think we're pretty much there. Let's just wait till we get to... Let's wait till we get to the commercial break. We're backstage with Sami Zayn. Here's Chad's. I was looking for you. It was an honor. Chad says he's fine. Chad says he's fine.
Last week,
to me, it meant more. I've heard you say that for weeks. It's unfair. My kid cries when I lose matches as well. What's it about? You can't beat Gunther. Chad tells Sami, you can't beat Gunther. Bit strange, isn't it? I sort of feel like Sami just went up to Chad, who was down, and he was like, listen, how's it going, bird? And Chad was like, yeah, you know. And Sami's like, no, come on, tell me. Well, Chad's down. I mean, you don't really need him to tell you. He's got it. He's not going to WrestleMania now. I mean, it's quite obvious what's happening, Sami. And so Chad's like, look, to me, it meant more. Now, that is a line which is a catchphrase, but I can understand it being a line that would upset Sami. Or, you know, not upset him, but like, come on, man. You can't say it means more to you than it does to me. Like, your kid might have cried, but my kid's cried as well. But I kind of feel like someone needs to go up to Sami and go, Sami, he's upset at the moment, right? You're kind of, you're asking him, and like, now you're shouting at him, and he didn't ask for any of this. You approached him. So how about you just let it slide? Like, how about you just sort of walk away? Because he's a bit upset at the moment. Like, you know, let's be a good friend here. So I kind of felt like Sami was a little bit in the wrong there. He shouldn't have really provoked Chad. I don't know why Chad just turned around and went, you can't beat Gunther. I don't know where that's come from. No, I wasn't expecting him to say that. Interesting, though. We'll have to see where it goes, where it leads. Don't forget, you can vote in our poll as well. Ricochet against Dominic. That was that the third match that we've had so far tonight? Obviously, we've had DIY against Creeds. We had Caden and Katana against Indy and Candice. And then we've had a big Cody segment. So I think that might be the third match we've had so far tonight. We haven't got loads of matches, have we? Let's see what it's done to the scores, though. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Johnny said, can we add to the match? I wouldn't mind a triple threat. Sami deserves to win. We can add to it, but I don't know. I feel like Gunther will have an excuse then, you know? Because I think whoever beats Gunther, ideally, it should just be in a singles match. I'd rather it end that way than in a triple threat. But I suppose you could make the argument, well, if Gunther's a little bit protected, is that a big problem? Because he might have lost the title, but he's now going to go on to bigger things. So if he's protected, is that a big problem? Let's get the score, shall we? Ellis Dub said 6.75. Wisp with a 7. Brony with a 7. George with a 7.5. Austin 316 with an 8. 1 Minute Wrestler with a 7. Nathan with an 8. Arborus with a 7.5. Nita Nitro with a 7.5. Andy with an 8. Pouch Cat with a 7.5. Daniela with a 7. Brian with a 7. WWE AEW fan with a 625. Brony with a 7. Live for Trouble. Live for Trouble. Where did that go? Live for Trouble. 6.5. Papa Crocs with a 6.5. Eric with a 7.5. Expose Him with an 8. Chastity Plum with a 7. We have got the contract signing now, so Sammy's going to make his way down. 6.7 for Virus. JJB Gaming with a 6. Rivy with a 7.19. William with a 7.75. Butterscotch with a 7.25. Jessica with a 7.5. TJ with a 6.9. Austin said, I get to take part in the halftime scores again. Yes, you do, my friends. Yes, you do. Hey, I've said this before, and it's probably wise to say it again, but I have no problem playing halftime score videos done by other people. So if anyone out there wants to do their own halftime score song of them singing it and doing whatever, I will happily play different ones. It does not have to be this same awful recording taken from a random stream many years ago. I've said that before, but no one's ever sent any through. Right, here we go. Gunther and Sami, contract signing coming up. The Ring General, Gunther! Into the second part of the show we go. No sign of Imperium. Gunther. Man, I gotta tell you, I've never been a fan of this music that Gunther's had since he changed it. Having heard Mercedes music, I think this is worse now. It's only reminded me how great his former music was. I think the people that do the themes just, is it Death Rebel? Just, they don't seem to be able to make great themes. And there's a lot of memes doing the rounds about how they're not brilliant at doing music at the moment, WWE. Gunther in the ring. Let's establish what this is. This is the biggest contract signing. Why is the contender dressed like any of the bums in attendance tonight? That's great. You think this is just another day at the office? You've beaten everyone that's come across your way. You don't believe I can do it. People didn't believe I would even end up in WWE. One year later. I like that from Sami. Sami said title reign, and 1 year later, I will make history by ending the longest reigning intercontinental title reign. And then he needs to go back in time, and he needs to end Bruno Sammartino's longest reigning title reign as well. Is there an El Generico sign? Look, Sami. Listen to your new friend, Chad Gable. They don't believe you can, that you can beat me. You don't believe you can beat me? Whatever you need to do. Your dreams will meet reality at WrestleMania. So Gunther has signed. Oh, there's a sign in the crowd that says push Dijak. Hope Dijak sees that. Gunther has stood up. Gunther is walking away. Sammy's grabbing the microphone. Wait. Gunther gets back in the ring. Where's this going? Where's this going? You look in my eyes. Sammy stands up. Look again. Sammy gets right into the face of Gunther. You're looking into the eyes of the man who will take you down at WrestleMania. I don't think he can do it. And I'm a big Sammy stan. He should be a world champion. Stop faffing around at the kids' table. Why we're following him all the way to the back? What's this? We're going into Gorilla. This is cool. What's this? Why are we following him all the way to the back? What's going on? We've gone all the way to the back. There's The Miz. There's DIY. There's R-Truth. Miz is like, that's the mindset that we need to be in. That's good. We've gone from one segment straight into the other. We've gone straight through Gorilla. Here's Indashir. Let's go warm up. R-Truth said, I feel sorry for whoever's got to fight them guys. Right, Miz, R-Truth making their way down. Through the cut. Where's Triple H? I want to see him sat in Gorilla. Here we go then. The music plays as out they come. Oh, God, that's so good, isn't it? There, what's up? I feel like we're part of the group, man, going through the curtain with them. I feel like a wrestler. Are we wrestlers now? I think we're wrestlers now. Man, that was sick. I love how we went from one into the other. James said, Ilya is still my guy to beat Gunther. Unlike those hoes, Sammy and Gable, Ilya can actually beat Gunther. I don't know that I'd call Sammy a hoe, but you know, whatever. That was freaking cool. Yeah, man, that was cool. So we follow Sammy after he says those words. We go through the curtain. We go all the way to the Awesome Truth. We get a fun little segment. We then head back to the ring all in one go. That was a lot of fun, that was, you know. I bet Kevin Dunn's having heart failure at home. Cool camera shot, said Rivy. Those walkouts, walk-ins on the old style are so great, said AF Chris. Imagine if Awesome Truth win at WrestleMania, said Johnny. Awesome Truth are rapping together, said WWE AEW fam. Austin said, I can't wait till that Bray Wyatt documentary. It's cool that The Undertaker is narrating it. Danny, shout out to you, said Dave's favourite Dominic match. Danny D, shout out to you as well. Keep mentioning, meaning to mention that. Danny D, appreciate it. Favorite match? I've got two. So my first one would be against Ray. I genuinely think the entrance was fantastic with him coming out with in the police van, going up against his dad, the big build. You know, there was a lot kind of leading up to that WrestleMania match, but it feels a bit obvious to say that one. So the other one I'm going to go for is Dominic against Seth from SummerSlam. I want to say 2020. I see, do you know, that SummerSlam, which Asuka has two matches. She faces Sasha and she faces Bayley in two separate matches. We get Dominic against Seth in, I think it's like Dominic's first proper match. There was so much that like went on in that SummerSlam. I think that was the Mandy Rose, Sonya Deville, like loser leaves WWE match as well. Loser has to leave WWE. It originally was going to be like a loser gets their haircut sort of a situation. But loser leaves WWE. That got such a high score. That is, do you know, in the history of the channel, we've scored a lot of shows. A lot of shows. And we've spoke about a lot of wrestling. And the only show that I ever think back to where I go, did we get that right? Was we right about? Was it really as good as we thought? The only show I ever think that about is that SummerSlam. And I think about it, not a lot, but just once in a while, I'll think back to it and be like, yeah, I think we gave it a 9. I mean, can you imagine that? Us. I mean, if we get to an 8, we set off fireworks. Because, do you know what I mean? Like, average is like 6.5, 6.75. If it's good, we get to a 7, 7.25. If it's really good, 7.5, maybe 7.75. I mean, it's really got to be doing something special to get into the 8s. We don't give 8s often, you know. I'm sure we gave that a 9. And I just don't know if we just lost our minds for a moment, or if it genuinely is that good. It's the only show I ever really think back to and go, did we get that right? Did we get that right? I wonder if Dave Meltzer ever thinks that. Do you think Dave Meltzer ever looks back at like his matches and he would never admit it publicly, of course. But do you think he ever goes, I should have given Kurt a 5. Shawn and Undertaker was 5, wasn't it? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I probably should have changed it. I wonder if he ever thinks that when he's, you know, watching the Young Bucks again and again and again. Omos winning the Rumble in 2025, and then we'll face Roman at Mania 41, said Colm. If we were scoring Mania 17 at the time, I wonder if that would have been a 9. I think it would, you know. I'd like to think it would. I mean, it was just a really great show from start to finish. I mean, what would you mark it down on? Maybe the ending. Maybe the ending when he, like, aligns with Vince. Like, maybe that would put a bit of a bad taste in your mouth and that would just mark it down, you know? I'd like to think we would. And 19. I'd like to think we would go big on that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I wish we'd been scoring shows all these years and we had like all the scores and we could go back to seeing what we scored them at the time. I read actually, you know, I don't know if it's in Unseen, but I read Dave Meltzer answered someone on Twitter and basically he said like he spoke to a few wrestlers, big names in the past, and they said there's no way you can go back and score things after the fact. You will not be able to understand what these moments meant in the moment. You know, it's like trying to go back and score WrestleMania 30. How could you ever know how it felt to be there when the streak ended? Unless you didn't know the result and you've watched all the previous shows, you know? But year after year after year, we waited to see if this would be the year. How could you ever go back and score it retrospectively and it be fair? I do understand that argument that you know, you do have to score things in the moment. Massive elbow drop there by Sanga. So, Awesome Truth taking on Indashir. How long we got? We've got 1 hour and 9 minutes. That's all, my friends. 1 hour, 9 minutes left of this week's episode. And it's been all right. I've not been bored. It's been some lovely moments. Thought the Cody segment was very interesting. The Sami contract signing was fine. Knee to the midsection. WrestleMania 17 was awesome, said George, and I did enjoy the Austin heel turn. It's too bad that we didn't get more of the two-man power trip, but injuries happen. Arbora said, Awesome Truth is great. I love them, but how could these jokers beat these guys? Well, we'll have to have a look. Truth can go, man. Truth's not bad in the ring, you know. He acts like a joker, but he's going through his John Cena moveset. You can't see me. There we go. Boom. That's the modern day Maharaja. It is. I love that push Dijak sign. Drop toe hold there by R-Truth, looking for a crossface, and he gets it. STF applied, just like his boyhood hero. Kicks coming in by MJF. Shot coming in there by R-Truth. Drop kick. And he goes against the right. I think he was meant to go out the ring there, but he didn't quite. Skull crush him. Here's Sanga hurls Miz against the ropes. Miz kicks Jinder. Ooh, back elbow. R-Truth goes down. 2, 3. R-Truth pins Via by mistake in a comedy spot moment. R-Truth gets the pin. Well, that was a moment. Well, there we go. That's one way of doing it, isn't it? So... gotta love R-Truth on his Cena runway to go, R-Truth. So he falls down, lands on top of Via. Push Dijak. Days, how can you not love the modern day Maharaja? Oh, I like him. I like him. We're just not doing anything with him at the moment, are we? I mean, he's just a manager at the moment for Indashir. Here is Drew McIntyre. He's got a new shirt that says the savior of WrestleMania. So there we go, Drew McIntyre. We're going to be hearing from him. When is John Cena coming back? I think we'll see him maybe at WrestleMania. Here comes the GOAT, Drew. Imagine if Whoop That Trick chant breaks out on Dynamite, said James. Whoop that trick. I think it is a saying in its own right. Is it not a saying in a certain part of America? There's a certain part of America that's adopted it as a saying. So there is parts of America that will say it not in relation to Trick Williams. It's from a film, isn't it? Is it Hustle and Flow? I've never seen that film, but I believe that's where it originated. Conservative, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Before John Cena retires, we need R-Truth and Cena in a tag team. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if that's... Do I need them in a tag team? I don't know if I don't know what I need, but I do need something between them. I don't know if I need like R-Truth being beaten up and John Cena making the save. I don't know. Or maybe a tag team. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need a moment between them. R-Truth saying John Cena is his childhood hero, and definitely need a John Cena R-Truth moment, but I don't know what you would book or what you would do. I feel like R-Truth being beaten up and then John Cena making the save would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty fun. And then like R-Truth freaking out, you know, like a kid meeting his hero. Like R-Truth just can't believe it. It's just beside himself with excitement that John Cena's in the ring. And maybe that could lead to a tag team or something, a little run, a little something. It's a Memphis thing. Hustle and Flow, said Xavier Spice. Xavier Spicer, thank you. A Memphis thing. Hey, weren't we in Memphis the other day? Is that why they were chanting "whoop that trick" to The Rock? Because, in all fairness, you know, Trick Williams did take to social media after they were chanting it. So I don't think maybe, because I think we were in Memphis for SmackDown and they started chanting it on SmackDown. So I'm guessing they were chanting it because it's their thing and not because of Trick Williams. But fair play to Trick Williams for kind of trying to take advantage of it and trying to spin it into something that he could use. So Cena and Truth rap battle, that would be fun. Yeah, that could be a fun segment. Larry said Cody apologized on X for what he said earlier, and there is a freaking Nightmare shirt on sale now. He's apologized for what he said earlier. Why has he apologized? God, this guy's always saying sorry or flipping crying. What's he doing? What's he apologizing for? Apologies for what I'm about to say. Oh, for what I'm about to say. So he apologized because he was about to swear. It's kind of so it was basically a way of promoting his segment. Apologies for what I'm about to say. Right, into the final hour we go. Right, we've got an advert for WWE Worlds. Additional meet and greets have been organized. Drew McIntyre and Jey Uso are going to be at WWE Worlds. I mean, basically everyone's going to be at WWE Worlds. Cody basically wants to tell if he got 15% off by switching at Geico, said Defcon Prime. You can't have WrestleMania without Jinder Mahal, said Johnny. Positive Vibes said, Days, do I think Gunther needs to lose his title to lose to Gable at Bash in Berlin in front of Gunther's family? Do you think Gunther needs to lose his title to Chad? Oh, hello, backstage. He's found Chad again. Tell me why. Why can't I... You've made a career out of being the underdog. Gunther's on a different level. He's a different beast. I love that from Chad. I love that from Chad. Chad's like, and you've got to change your mentality. That's great. So I feel that I don't want Gunther losing at Bash at Berlin. Why would Gunther lose there? It's going to be a great celebration for Gunther. You know, that is in Germany. That's his adopted home. He is from Austria, which is just right next door. I'd imagine his friends and his family are going to be there. I know he's a heel, but I feel like, if anything, that's the place where he should win the world title, rather than that being the place where he loses the Intercontinental title. I feel like that should be where he wins. So I would have him lose the IC title before Bash at Berlin. Bash at Berlin, I think, is like the end of August. CM Punk returns next Monday. It's a big announcement. So CM Punk next Monday. So yeah, no, I wouldn't have him lose the IC title in Berlin. I would have him lose it before it. And I would actually be looking for him to be in either a title match or maybe a number one contenders match. Something that he wins that's big, that's, you know, is going to mean something. If it can't be for the title, then do it as a number one contenders. Meaning he gets a title match at the next premium live event, whatever it is after the Berlin one. Right, here is Drew. CM Punk next week. Oh, here's Seth. Seth interrupts. So here is the walking clown emoji. Who's wearing a suit. It's a black sort of baggy suit that's got like green. Is it like tie-dye elements? Looks a bit tie-dye. Seth just walks past Drew without a care in the world, makes his way down to the ring. Drew with his Savior of WrestleMania shirt on. The Scottish Warrior. Clown emojis in the chat from Aubrey and Smurfy Tunes and Kewan. The back of that Drew's shirt has got like a checklist on it. Not a fan of like text being on the back of shirts, to be honest. Drew and Seth then in the ring. This is going to take us, or going to start our number 3. The disrespect to Drew. Very disrespectful. Johnny said, do you think CM Punk will wrestle at WrestleMania? Do I think he'll wrestle at WrestleMania? No. I think he'll be at WrestleMania, but I don't expect him to wrestle. Susan said, are they going to announce another inductee for the Hall of Fame? Don't know. There's a lot of people thinking that Bray could still be announced, and he could still be announced. But there is also a rumor that Bray won't go in this year. Okay, so both guys are in the ring right now. 54, 23, 8, and 12. Okay, Drew back in the corner, Seth in the middle of the ring. Big cheer from the crowds. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. I didn't even see you there, Drew. I was too busy soaking up the spotlight. Here we go. I like delicious chicken. Drew says, get it off your system. I came out here with an honest cause. I think you're stupid. I think you're a hypocrite. You said one thing that's correct. It's going to be difficult for me. My name is Seth freaking Rollins. Is he admitting to being a junkie? I am a spotlight junkie. He is a spotlight junkie. That's a hard thing to say he isn't when he dresses the way he dresses, isn't it, Ray? He says, my name is Seth freaking Rollins, and I am a spotlight junkie. Spotlight junkie chant. Drew said, this is just a joke to you, innit, mate? You're becoming a parody of yourself? At this point, I only care about our match. You know, every time you say what, you're just happy that I took out CM Punk. CM Punk chants now. Oh, very good. Punk will be here next week. He would never show up somewhere like Raleigh. Seth tells Drew to shut up. This isn't a joke to me, says Seth. I've been doing this 20 years. That's my fix. So he's talking about them singing his song. It gets better. I want the spotlight as bright as it can possibly be. Side chick. He said side chick as well. So, night 2. I want that passion, says Drew. You've done this 20 years. Drew is leaving off the injury thing way too much, said A. Jobson. So Drew's a bit upset at Seth's priorities. Drew said, I don't care about the BS now. If you can't walk, we'll wheel you down. So at WrestleMania, Drew said he won't get the moment he deserves. He'll get the moment he's earned. There it is. You're an addict, just like I am. You've been whining for the past 4 years that you deserve better. You fumbled the ball. When the people came back, you fumbled the ball. Seth doesn't understand that he's Batman to his wife's Joker, said Mr. Cardinal. The lights will be as bright as they have ever been, and you will find out you're not as good as you think you are. There wasn't much to that, was there? Oh, there's Becky. All I know is taking risks. All I know is fighting. I will be the last woman standing. Right, New Day coming out next. New Day. Are they taking on Alpha Academy? I think they are, aren't they? Right, Richard Jr., shout out to you, said Candice LeRae's attack is crazy. It means there's a hint that Zoe Stark is joining the Judgment Day to recruit multiple members and Candice LeRae as well. What? How have we got to that? What? Candice LeRae's attack is crazy. Candice attacking Katana? It means there's a hint that Zoe joins the Judgment Day to recruit multiple members and Candice LeRae as well. I don't know how we've got to that. I really don't know how I haven't seen any teasers about Candice or Zoe joining Judgment Day. So I don't know how we've got to that. But if it leads there, then you called it. And yes, it would be crazy. Zoe Stark and Candice LeRae as a team would be good. Them two together would be good. Because Indy doesn't seem to be going with Candice, does she? She doesn't seem to be going that way. She's not sure about it. So, yeah, maybe them two as a team would be good. But I really don't know how the Judgment Day came into that. King Yeti said, who put a belt on a clown emoji and sent it to the ring? Yeah, that is quite a good put down, isn't it? It's one of those put downs that really stays with you. You really like it, sticks in your head, that clown emoji thing. It was a good line, that was. Walking clown emoji is one that stuck. Diarrhea Dwayne, I don't know, that's stuck. Cody Crybabies has stuck. I think Diarrhea Dwayne might have stuck if he just kept going with it and keep mentioning it. But the walking clown emoji was very good. Colm said, what if we do a Bray Wyatt Memorial Battle Royal? Should be part of WrestleMania to pay tribute to Bray. Well, we've already got the Andre one, haven't we? So we've already got the Andre Battle Royal. Nicole said, WrestleMania 39 had 13 matches, not counting the Miz's impromptu, and 40 currently has 10. There'll probably be about 3 more matches. What do you think they will be? Well, Final Testament against the Pride, if that's what they're called. That one feels like it's going that way. A few thoughts about Dominic and Andrade. There's potential for that. Potential. And we haven't announced a women's tag match, have we not? Don't think we've announced a women's tag match. So would that be the Bianca Jade against Kabuki Warriors? Bianca and Jade against Kabuki Warriors. Maybe Dominic against Andrade. And the other one I mentioned, whatever that was. Oh, Pride against Final Testament. So those would be 3 matches. Asuka's injured, said David. We haven't heard yet, have we? I mean, the word on the street is that she could be injured, but I still haven't heard as to whether that's been confirmed. I've just tweeted you, says James. Thank you. But I am already a mess. Goodbye forever. Amanda Huber tweeting about Bray. It's been quite a bit of reaction to that Bray thing. I really need to watch that. That's Nikki Cross. What's that? Shimmer. Is this current? Old? Nikki Storm? Oh, it looks old. Yeah, I need to have a look at that trailer. The one they showed on this I had never seen before. I saw one that was doing the rounds, but I've not seen one that had Bo and Hogan and Alexa Bliss, and so I need to have a look at that. Get a few screenshots from that as well. Right. They screwed this up. We could have had Dirty Dom diarrhea wipes. Dirty Dom diarrhea wipes. Dirty diarrhea Dom. The real D'Angelo family have got seat upgrades. The real D'Angelo family, not Tony's family. Kofi and Xavier. Right, here's Alpha Academy. They're making their way out. It's going to be Tozawa and Otis. Fire Olivia Rodrigo for singing too much. Let's go. Days, you the one with Bo trailer on WWE? Yeah, I need to. That's the one. I've not seen that one. Mr. Quake said the March Madness of WWE Tag Team Wrestling. David said, did you notice no Maxine? No Maxine. Sonny said, I've only been in easy math. I have never been in academic math, just like Solo. Just like Solo Sokoa. Right, we've got Alpha Academy making their way down. This is going to be, I'm guessing, our co-main event. We've got 40 minutes left to go. We've still got Becky against Nia. I think this has been an okay Raw. It's a bit of a strange Raw, actually. I've not really felt bored or anything, but hard to point to the big moments. That Seth and Drew promo felt like there wasn't really a great deal said. I suppose we're at the point with that feud where there's not really much to say. I mean, they've just got to fight now, really. Which is a bit of a shame, really, because I feel like Drew's doing much better work on social media than he is actually on the show. I feel like the memes that Drew's coming out with, the promos that he's doing online, like the stuff that he's doing online is better than the segments that we're actually getting on the show. Feels like they're just killing time. I agree, David. Yeah, I agree. Nitro said, I can't believe that Kaiser and Vinci aren't in the tag tournament. Yeah, that's a good point. Where are Imperium? Liv Morgan is right next to me. Oh, yeah. Will she be involved in the match? I didn't really think about her, but there's probably a good chance that she'll make an appearance during that last woman standing match. We haven't seen her on the show yet. William said, unfortunately, I feel like McIntyre will lose at WrestleMania. Priest will cash in on Raw after WrestleMania and then win against Seth. Austin said, dang, me and you are opposite. I like the Seth and Drew promo, mostly because of Drew, said Austin. That's what she said Kyrie and Dakota could defend the tag titles under the Freebird rule. That is the rumor that if Asuka is injured, that they will look to bring Dakota in. That is true. But until we know what's happening with Asuka, it's hard to know yet. There is word on the street. There is rumor that it might be like a broken ankle. But I have not seen that confirmed by any means. James said New Day wins, right? I would think so. Austin said it's a shame that we're not getting DIY and Creed Brothers in the ladder match. I agree. Days, Dynamite, AEW Dynamite. Why can I get past an episode of Collision? Don't know. I don't know. Brent said, did Cody cry tonight? No. No tears. He was a big boy. He did himself very proud. There was no first time in a long time we've had no tears. I thought his segment was all right. Really, a lot of it was just Heyman coming out and setting up Friday, wasn't it? A lot of it was, listen, Roman will be on his own, but you've got to be on your own. And Cody was like, deal. So a good chunk of it was them just like negotiating and sorting out like the terms for Friday. But Friday will be a big segment. That'll be good. No more tears. No more tears. Nia Becky will be a no contest, said David. Cody never cried, said Johnny. No, big boy. He's big boy. Push Omos. Give Omos a match at WrestleMania. Omos as Universal Champion, said Austin. Cleveland Brown said Collision is too awesome. CCK said, I hate WWE now. But the cursed one. Shout out to you. Omos needs to finish his story, says Nicole. He needs to start a story. Do you know the Bloodline will be on SmackDown? Because they are lions, said Johnny. You can't trust the Bloodline. I agree with that. I think that they will be around. I think Cody would be silly to not have a plan, but I think he should definitely go to the ring on his own. You know, he should show Roman, okay, I'm going to trust you, get in the ring. But then I think we know that Solo, Jimmy will show up at some point. But, you know, Cody having a plan B, having a couple of people that can come down. He cannot be falling for anything now. He needs plan Bs and plan Cs. And that'll be cool, actually. Imagine Roman in the ring with Cody, and then Jimmy and Solo arrive, and Roman could be like, I didn't tell them to do this. You know, they went to Raw without my permission. Now they're here. I didn't plan this. Cody could be like, yeah, sure. And they'll get into the ring, but then Cody gets the mic and said, I knew that you would do this. And then boom, out comes Jay, out comes Sammy, out comes whoever, right? So I won't fall for your games this time, Roman. At WrestleMania, I will be more than prepared. Like, maybe they can use it as a way to just send a message to the Bloodline of like, whatever games you want to play, whatever traps you want to set, I ain't falling for them this time. That'd be a fun message to send, wouldn't it? A few weeks out from WrestleMania. And then having like Roman and Heyman looking a bit confused and concerned. Just like, could be good. Amin said, I've watched the Bray documentary. It was amazing. Have you, Amin? You watched it all? Wow. What was your favourite bit? Was it the bit where you didn't watch it because it's not out yet? Was it that bit? Here's Otis. That's what we need from Cody now. Legit, we've got you, Roman moment, said Kian. Here's the caterpillar into the elbow drop by Otis. Goes for the cover on Kofi. Kofi gets his shoulder up. Johnny said, here's my question. How can we watch the Bray documentary? It's not out yet, and it doesn't come out to Easter. It's a good question, isn't it? I mean, that's a good question. April 1st it comes out. Oh, could you imagine if it's an April Fool's joke? Could you imagine if there is no documentary? It's just an April 1st joke. Got ya! And then you got all these people going, but we wanted it. We wanted the documentary. Oh, you wanted it? We were just joking. It was like an April Fool's thing. Oh, suppose we better make it then. Give us a year. Give us about 12 months. We'll have one ready for you next year. Number one trend in the US right now. WWE Raw. That would be a horrible April. It would. Is there any YouTube videos on April Fool's jokes that have gone really badly wrong? I've never looked for that, but I bet that would be a really fun video. April Fool's jokes that have gone really badly wrong. People that have just really got the tone wrong, really got the message wrong, you know? James said, all Cody needs to do is take out Solo from Mania to ask him oh my God, yeah. That's true. That's true. What's 3257 divided by 57? Oh God. Oh God. What is it? 3? Oh God. That's him. That's him done for the next 5 hours. Oh! Unless he's got one of those Casios with like a calculator on. Could you imagine if Cody's story is undone because of a Casio calculator watch? Look at Tozawa, man, with a monstrous senton from the top. Huge! Johnny said, it was a preview. It's not out yet, says Amin. Oh, you mean you watched the trailer? You mean the trailer? Kit coming in there by Tozawa. A lot of people, including myself, would be upset if the documentary was a joke. Yeah, it's not, clearly, but it is funny that it's out on April 1st. Oh! Sit down, powerbomb. Do you think Liv Morgan, Roxanne Perez, and Alexa Bliss would make a great faction? Yeah, I can't see why not. The only thing I would say is that who would be your leader there? Because like I feel like Liv is at the point where she could be a leader of a faction. Alexa's clearly at the point where she could be the leader of a faction. So I would worry about those two maybe getting in each other's way as like the leader. Roxanne, you know, she's a breakout star, but she definitely would be in the background on the main roster. So I might just switch out one of those for another NXT talent. It's a win for the New Day. I dare you to tweet that out. What about the April Fool's thing? Oh, I feel like there's a lot of people in the world that can't take jokes. Right, let's get the scores. Boom. Did you talk about the Seth video yet? Says the Seth video. What Seth video? What Seth video? Oh, what have you watched now, Is that another documentary that's not out yet? Oh, here's Liv. Oh my God, I think I can see a nipple. Dude. What did she say? What did she say? Some was she talking? I think, did she say words? I think she might have said something. Oh my God! What did she say? Oh God! It is such a curse being a man. Oh, boobies. Jeez. I mean, there's getting over and there's getting over, isn't there? Keep your hands where we can sit. Listen. This is the most engaged I've ever felt with Liv Morgan right now. Days would love that British Bulldog episode. Yeah, I would love the British Bulldog episodes. Did Cody bring the energy that you wanted? Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, there was a bit of bad language in there, which I wasn't expecting, you know. I didn't really expect him to, like, swear as much as what he did, but there was a little bit of swearing in there, which caught me off guard a little bit. He seemed very focused. I like the line about how, you know, you have a go at me for getting upset, but we all know you've been crying backstage. You surround yourself with yes men. Do you know what? Actually, you reminded me. I really thought he was going to say you surround yourself with yes men. But thank God the WWE Universe see right through you and they have no problem calling you out on your BS. I really thought he was going to involve the crowds, but he never actually did. So I was quite surprised it didn't go that way. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't like this passionate rant that I was kind of expecting. I really thought he was going to go off, you know? I really thought it was going to be like spitting fire. It wasn't quite that. So I would say that I'd say the segment delivered, but it wasn't the hellfire that I thought might be unleashed. And the bit where he talks about The Rock's mom and he says she's a lovely lady, I'm like, okay. It's not as cool, really, to say, you know, your mom, I really rate her. She's a lovely person. Okay. I mean, he didn't really say anything bad about Cody's mom, in all fairness, although he probably should have. Do you know what I mean? To, like, even build the heat up even more. Should have called her a hoe. Just saying. Anyway, we need to get back to Liv's nipples. What's going on? I am your father said we want boobies. Liv's nips equals needle mover. Free the nipple. Is WWE not PG anymore? Listen, I want to know what the conversation is. If we are the only people that have spoken about that, I am going to feel really bad, man. I am going to feel really bad. Just make sure you kick her ass. There was someone yelling in the background. Yes, there was someone yelling during that. I did hear that. Sean Ross Sapp's just put a picture up of it. That's all. Look, Sean Ross Sapp, he hasn't put any caption. He's literally just put the image. Right? I don't know if he is highlighting what we highlighted, but he literally just put that up. No words needed here. No words. Yeah, look at all this. Injure CM Punk, win the chamber, win the world championship. You can't tick that off yet. Become immortal. How can he tick these off? He hasn't achieved them. They should be blank. This t-shirt should come with a blue pen. Should come with a bit of blue chalk so that you can tick them off as he achieves them. Imagine that if you did get a shirt where you could, like, tick things off as it got achieved. Guys, this is my list, right? No one is talking about the nipples. Look at this. What the flip? Are we perverts? I think we're perverts. Oh, God. That's not a good feeling at all. That is not a good feeling. Literally no one. Well, maybe someone somewhere, but Not the accounts that I've got in this list. Let's see if anyone's talking about it. It might make anyone talking about it. I don't think even anyone's talking about it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is your fault. This is your fault. You've brought this channel down. Here's Becky. Oh, nipple mania. It is nipple mania. Are we bad people, Seth? I think we are. I think we are. I think we were meant to listen to what she said. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, we're not perverts. We just notice everything, said Alan. Okay, that's a really good way of looking at it. That's a really good way of looking at it, actually. We are just very observant, aren't we? We're just noticing things that maybe other people haven't noticed. Maybe it's that. Oh, look at the CGI book. I noticed that, didn't I? Look. CGI book. That's good. Oh, imagine if we had CGI nipples. Becky Lynch, the man. There is not one person that has meant. I cannot find one person. How? 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 How has not one person mentioned it? I mean, I would search on X for nipples, but God only knows what will come back. Do you know what I mean? Well, I don't get it. I don't understand. The wrestling community has shocked me once again. I'll tell you what, if this was the Attitude Era. Cal, shout out to you, said Matt and Rebby Hardy are in a skybox at Raw. Cal Dub, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the info. I hope you are well. Hope you are enjoying the action. As we have got 20 minutes left to go. As Becky goes against the ropes, through the ropes, collides into Nia. Comes crashing down on Nia. Oh, this is hilarious talking about lives. Well, it's not that funny, Kian. Because it turns out no one else is talking about it. Kian, shout out to you. It's a dark day for the community as we come to realise that we're actually... We're the bad part of the wrestling universe. It turns out we're the bad part of the wrestling universe. I didn't even know. I didn't know. No one told me. I thought we were doing good things over here. It turns out we're the bad pervy part. This is the... I might as well rename the channel the Red Light District. Red Light Days. Becky is over by the barricades. She collides into Nia. Shot coming into the midsection. And we go to commercial break. Right, let's end this poll. Oh my God, it's all going off. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, and I hope you are enjoying the show. King Yeti says, I'm just writing down, Nia versus Becky. King Yeti said, maybe it's just me, but I think the nipple said, watch me. Did it? I mean, I was paying close attention. I didn't see it move. I think it said cry about it. Watch me. Yeah, maybe it did. Maybe it did. That's my excuse. My excuse is it said watch me and we're really observant. More observant than anyone else in the wrestling community, apparently. Because I can't find a single tweet that mentions it. I mean, she looked great. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I mean, all of a sudden I'm starting to see what people see in her. That's all I'm saying. All these Liv fans have been telling me for years she's the future. And I've been like, I don't think she is. But it turns out she might be. Turns out she might be. Honestly, there's just not. I mean, I am going to leave it alone. Not that I interfered with it anyway. Oh, look! 4 minutes ago! Oh, thank God. Oh, look. Cope 2K said, I can see Liv Morgan. I mean, we didn't need the hard word, did we really? We didn't need the hard bit. But, you know, I really feel like this person is not part of our community. But I feel like they're the... Oh, my God. I just read stuff in the bio that I didn't want to read. I was going to follow this person, but I think they're just... Oh, I'll follow them. I feel like we need to bring them in. We need to bring them into our community. They're the only person that I've seen that's meant I've liked it as well. Oh my God. I've left a like, look. They're the only person that I've seen mention it. The only person. Look, Liv Morgan. Yes, Liv Morgan, we know. Liv always looking beautiful. Yeah, she's looking beautiful. Liv is the most interesting part about... what are you on about? Liv Morgan, none of that means nipple. Liv Morgan, they're so beautiful. She's looking fine. No one... This is weird. It's weird. Yeah, that's me, that is. Strange, isn't it? Liv Morgan is the definition of beauty. Dude, she's got a nipple out. Guys, this is where we are now. This is the level that we've fallen to. We're at the Kobe 2K level. Who's got, like, that kind of thing in the bio. That's where we are as a community. Oh, my God, we've fallen off so hard. Oh, we used to be a proper wrestling channel. Now we're just pervs. This is not good for my self-esteem. Yeti, shout out to you. Right, we've got a table being set up, but the legs have buckled. Now Nia's getting a chair. George Vlog says, are we perverts? We're perverts. That's days in 2024. That's going to be on my tombstone. It'll have days. 2003 to 2024. 21 years olds. Are we perverts? We're perverts. Days. Chair shot by Becky. Becky looking to deliver a manhandle slam onto a pile of chairs. Nia. Oh! Samoan drop! Onto a pile of chairs! Oh, mate. That looked nasty. Those chairs are all stacked and uneven. So she got slammed onto a load of chairs. People in the front few rows are standing. Becky going over to the ropes. Nia setting up a chair. We want tables is the chant. Becky on the back of Nia, trying to choke out Nia. Becky goes back into the corner and again. Becky being slammed into the corner, looking for a bulldog onto the chair. Nia goes down. Days, even Liv knows the only way she can get attention is to let the nipples loose, because it's damn sure better than her wrestling. Well, I mean, I just want to move on from the whole thing, to be honest. I really thought that there'd be a lot of other people that were talking about it, because it's not the kind of thing you expect on a PG show. Shot to the midsection. Ah, big shot there by Nia, and again. I mean, doesn't she know that we're all virgins? We're all wrestling fans, we're all virgins. It's going to bring us out in anxiety. Nia going underneath the ring, grabbing some kendo sticks. Nia grabbing a kendo stick, smashing Becky with the kendo stick, and again. Boom! Nia picking up Becky, slamming Becky down onto a pile of chairs. Nia going against the ropes, leg drop by Nia. Nia back up on her feet, looking out to the crowds. Nia going over, grabbing a chair, gonna look to wallop Becky with the chair. Becky goes down, and again. Kick to the midsection. I'm talking about the Seth Rollins hilarious meme. Oh, the one from Drew. No, it's brilliant. Becky is underneath her chair, and she's trying to use a kendo stick to wallop Nia with it. Becky gets back up to her feet, and she's hitting Nia with that kendo stick. Nia goes out the ring to the outsides. Nia collides into Becky. Becky goes into the edge of the ring. Nia trying to get a hold of those ring steps and drives them into Becky. Nia grabbing Becky, hurling her into the ring. Nia on the edge of the ring. Looks for a leg drop. Oh, say it. Say it. Say it. Oh, she didn't say it. Oh, DDT onto the steps. My hole. She's down at the moment. The hole is her weakness. Wow. Wow. There's about a billion things we could say to that comment, but we're not going to, because we are PG. A callback. She didn't scream my hole. I know, yeah, loser. Right, here we go. Becky with a table. She's going to look to put the table in the ring. Days, I've tweeted you Rebby Hardy at Raw. Thank you. I have no desire to see Matt Hardy, Rebby Hardy coming back to WWE. Perhaps they just bought a ticket and they're just creating a bit of buzz. Don't know. Alan said, holes and nipples. WTF is this? Oh, I don't know. It's nothing to do with me, mate. I just tell you what's on the show. That's all I do. I'm like Jesus. I just reflect what's actually going on in the world. And then I get crucified for it. I am basically Jesus. Kean said, Days, I mean, who wouldn't have a chance with Liv? Wouldn't you take a chance with her? You're getting me confused. Get me all mixed up. I'm not interested. I'm not here to try and go on fantasy dates and all that kind of stuff, right? I'm not interested. Yeah, I'm out of her league. Yeah. She wishes that she could get with this, right? Having her nipples out ain't going to change anything. Yeah, it caught my attention, right? But so would a chicken being on sale for like £1. That would catch my attention as well, right? if I went down the supermarket, whole chickens for £1. Just saying, might have caught my attention. I ain't interested, right? I'm already in a relationship with all of you. Yeah? That's how I look at it. Mr. Craig said, Jesus days, you're the modern day wrestling Jesus. Listen, I don't want to say it, but we were all thinking it. Inked Gauges said, what are the top 5 best nipples in WWE? That's a brilliant question. Do you know, I didn't notice, just staying on the nipples, right? I didn't notice that the wrestling figures didn't have them. Never noticed. Of all the times that I've had like wrestling and looked at them, I've never noticed they didn't have nipples. They won't even put them on wrestling figures, but apparently we can parade them around on the show. Oh, yeah. Are you going to talk about the Seth Rollins meme on the escape pods? No. I've already done it on Unseen and pulled it out as its own separate video. So it has been covered. Nick said, as soon as Days said chicken, I thought chicken nipple. Yeah, maybe chicken wasn't the best thing to think of. I don't even know why I thought of it. This is like a therapy session now, isn't it? Right, here we go. Final segment. Oh my God, please just end this show. Right, we've got 8 minutes to go. Raw is in Hardy's hometown, so it's not a shocker that he's there, said James. No, I get that it's a talking point, you know. Oh my God, they're there, creating a buzz, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, it doesn't have to necessarily mean anything. Maybe they should add a Sharpie to colour them in. Liv's nipples get inducted into the Hall of Fame next week. Let's go. Let's go. We're not going to get away from nipples tonight, are we, says Alan. Well, normally that wouldn't be a bad thing, but right now I'm desperate to get away from them. I feel like they're following me. Nipples are better with no piercings. Well, we could do a poll, but... Nitro said, Uncle Howdy will be after you after these comments. That's a good point, isn't it? Oh my God, isn't she in a relationship with Uncle Howdy? He's going to be coming after me with his arm twirling round and his moustache. Oh, I don't need that. Nia was going up the ladder, but she's changed her mind. She goes over, grabs, fire extinguisher by Big Time. Nia Jax is being extinguished. And she's getting walloped with the fire extinguisher. Back in the ring goes Nia. Becky looking to get into the ring. Triple T would have done a poll. I know. Becky charges over at Nia. Oh! Bex goes through a table. Samoan drop through a table. Damn. Beat her? Pin her? Come on, Nia. Oh, it's last woman standing, innit? Forgot. She drags her over to the side. Oh, she's going to hit her with the Tsunami Bonsai. Bonsai! Ah, she got her. Yeah, do it again. Do it again. Bonsai! She crushed her nipples. What are we up to? 7. 8. Oh, the classic. The classic. Becky rolls out the ring and gets on her feet. That's a good spot, that is. Rather than having to try and get up, you just roll out the ring and you just land on your feet. It's a good spot, that is. Bex goes to the outsides. Yokozuna is happy in heaven. Well, he will be if it's all you can eat. That unprotected bonsai by Yokozuna in Unseen, it was brutal, said James. Yeah, it also demonetized the video. True story. That video is banned blocked in like India, Bangladesh. There's like a list of countries because it detected raw footage from WWE Raw. And when I looked at the timestamp, it was the Yokozuna bonsai drop. And I was like, oh, God damn it. I made it all the way to the end. And then the very last thing we show. Oh, wow. Manhandle slam through a table on the outsides. That might do it. That might do it. But yeah, it was brutal, wasn't it? 5, 6, 7. Oh, Nia's moving. 8. Oh, on her feet at 9. God damn. That's a good spot as well. Manhandle slam to the outside. So Becky is climbing up the ladder. Nia doesn't know where she is at the moment. She's rolling around. She's like, ugh. Nia's over by the commentary table. Leg drop. Oh, that'll do it. Becky off the top of the ladder with a leg drop, driving Nia through the commentary table. That'll do it. Referee might as well go a bit quicker. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9. Beck's to her feet. 10. Ding, ding, ding. Ring the bell. Big time wins. Here is your winner. Bex with the leg drop off the ladder. That's a good spot. I especially like Nia just sort of like twirling round, not knowing where she is. Bum, 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 bum. Right, let's get a poll lined up. Becky in the ring. How long have we got? I don't know that anything's going to happen. Yeah, good spot. I like the end. Boom. She does that leg drop really well. Oh, okay. Rhea Ripley's coming out. We ain't got long. Is Liv gonna come out? Rhea Ripley in the entranceway. Mommy in the entranceway. Mommy's making her way down to the ring. If Liv's gonna come out, she's gonna have to be quick. Rhea Ripley has made her way down to the ring. She's got a smile on her face. Becky's in the ring. Rhea Ripley gets in. Be my mommy sign. There's a sign that says something about delicious chicken. Perhaps that's where I got the chicken thing from earlier. Rhea saying a few words to Becky. Becky and Rhea face to face. And that's how it's going to end. Mommy chants. People love mommy. And there we go. That's how it comes to an end. Becky on her tippy toes is too funny, said CJ Digital. Right, well, look, we got a couple of things we need to do. First of all, we need to jump over to the second channel. And we need to go to the community tab. We need to do a poll. So, what did you score WWE Raw? 3rd of the... It was 18th, isn't it? 24. So, all-time... Great. Goods. Okay. Bad. There we go. Okay, lovely. So you can go to the second channel. I think I did save a link because I was so tired of having to keep trying to copy the link. I think I just saved one. I think I got actually organized. Boom. Have a look. Boom. YouTube. Did. There it is. Okay, so you can go there and you can vote as to what you thought about the show. There's a poll that's up at the moment, and you can let me know what you thought about the match. So the one that's in the poll right now, that's for the match, Nia against Becky. If you want to vote on the show, go over to that link. In regards to your opinions, I will put a post on Twitter, X, asking for your feedback. In a minute, I will go and do a review of the show. Let's get a few final thoughts, shall we? Days when I saw that clip, I said to myself, how the F is that guy still alive? I know. It was brutal, wasn't it? Johnny said, Raw was amazing tonight. It's one of the best on the road to WrestleMania. Ray gave it a 9. Austin said 7.75 or an 8. William said 7.85. We did get some nipples. I mean, that is a very good point. A-Flow with a 7.5. Rivi, shout out to you. Trini, get some rest. I hope you feel better. Oh, is Trini not feeling well? Good. Kian said Days 9.5. Just going off the nipple parts. There's a lot of attention being paid to the nipples. Is that a bad thing? I can't say. Watson said overall a 7.5. Johnny said 10 out of 10. Let Him In said 7.5. Live for Trouble said 6.89. Even though your queen showed off her nipples. Mr. Quake said 2024 is the rebuild era. A. Jobson said 8 out of 10. DIY creeds, women's main event promos. It's been great. Rivi said lot of great promos tonight. I tell you, people are really giving out some good scores here. 8 said inked gauges. 7 said Sammy. Musically High said 8.5. 10 out of 10. If we'd have had both nips, said Davids. High Will said 7. It only got a 1, so 5 out of 10, said Davids. 8 said Missy. 8 said Legend. Cody promo was my favourite part, said Dro. Nicole said 7 nipples out of 10. Apartment said, who showed nipples? Well, kind of Liv, but we're not allowed to talk about it because no one else is talking about it. It stays in this chat, and that is it, because apart from one perv on the internet, who we have now followed, no one else appears to have noticed. Nev says 10. Austin said this was one of the best Raws in a while. Alcameltzer said 6.69. Catchfan said Triple H hates Katana and Caden. David says 9. Paul said 7. Apartment said Becky finally slayed her dragon. Jim said ask Janet Jackson about it. She definitely never wants to talk about nipples again. Good night, everyone. William, good night to you. Cody's promo was one of my favorites, said Sammy. J Warrior said, well, when will Unseen go up? I'll be a few hours, unfortunately. Yeah, Mondays are the worst for Unseens, for like them going up late, because obviously I haven't even started it. So I'm pretty much up to just before Raw began, but that means now I've got 3 hours of like notifications and whatever the internet's been talking about. to go through. That's going to take me a while. And then I got to record it, upload it. I mean, what time is it? It's 3:05 here in the UK. I mean, I reckon you're looking 3 hours from now, it'll be up. So it does suck, man. I wish I could find a way of just getting it up a lot quicker, right? But the only way I can really do that would be by working on it whilst doing the stream. And I tried that last time and it was okay, but it is quite distracting. So, I don't know. It's one of those. This is the worst day for it going up late. Every other day it can go up at a reasonable hour. But it'll be up. I mean, we'll do a little review video first and then we'll be working on it. So if you catch it in the morning, you catch it in the morning, you know. Alan, shout out to you. Unseen, the Nipplegate edition. Jim Rabbit said, do you sleep? Yeah, I'm a big believer in sleep. I mean, to be honest, I work and sleep. That's really all I tend to do. But no, I'd be nothing if I couldn't get like a good 7 hours. I have to have a 7 hours. I have to find a way of getting it in. Even when we were doing 12-hour Olympic streams, I made sure I found a way of getting at least 6 hours. So I just can't function. I'm the worst. I don't know how people do it on 4 hours and whatever. My dad's like that. My dad can have 4 hours sleep. Boom, fine. Me, oh my god, I just can't get going. I'm one of them people that just if I don't get like a good 6-7 hours, I just can't get going. I'm just the worst. I'm like, oh god, I can't be bothered. No, I'm a big believer in getting a good bit of sleep. Lewis, shout out to you. Johnny said, days like Las Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's it, buds. That's exactly correct. What happens in the chat stays in the chat. Yeah. Kyle said The Rock is on Raw on April 1st. Any LOL videos? Good work. The Rock. Okay, I think there's a few things to unpack there. Any LOL videos? Well, I mean, I've got ones that can be uploaded, but they just need re-editing. I can do them. So I would say that there will be at least 1 or 2 that go up before WrestleMania. Yes, I will aim to do that. In regards to The Rock being on April 1st, that's good. Isn't that the go home? So it makes sense. So yeah, that would make sense. Kyle, appreciate the support, my friends. Don't forget to vote as well in the community tab. If you are a member, you can vote for who you want to be the March entry into the Hall of Fame. Right, I'm going to run away now because people are asking me about Unseen, and the quicker I go, the quicker I can. I hope you enjoyed hanging out with us and sharing your thoughts, and as we live reacted to the show. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, Unseen will be coming up later. I will be doing opinions videos tomorrow on everything that went down tonight. I'll do a quick review of the show now. And NXT tomorrow as well. Oh my god. And Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. Oh my god. So much happening. So appreciate the support. Have a great evening wherever you are. Thanks a lot for watching. And don't forget, nipples.